Hello, hello, hello. Good evening. It is September 3rd, 2024. It is Tuesday night. Welcome back to the cafe, guys. It's great to have you here. Excuse me. Today, guys, we're going to be looking at the hearing with Sarah Boon, what took place, and what our thoughts are on that. Thank you guys all for joining me for that, and whatever else we get into. Come on in, grab a seat, share this out with anybody you think would be interested. Please make sure to hit that like button when you do come through the door. And let's get this show on the road. Good evening, everybody, and I hope you've had a great day today. It's great to be back with you guys in here tonight at the True Crime Cafe. You are so very much appreciated, guys. As you come through that door, please hit that like button so we can try to get this into an algorithm somewhere and share this out to anybody you think might be interested to talk about what we're going to talk about tonight. Thank you. Thank you one more time. You are so very appreciated. So come on in, get comfortable, grab a seat, grab whatever you're drinking, and let's do this thing, if we will. It's been a long day, and here we are again. I try so hard to get in here in the early afternoons, I just can't do it. I'm gonna make something happen to where I can get back in that schedule, guys. I gotta just gotta get it done somehow or another. So welcome, welcome, welcome. Come on in, everybody. Looks like there's 36 peeps in here with 16 likes, guys. Can we please make that match if we could? Please and thank you. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. All right, let's see here. Let's see. Let's see. Come on in, everybody. Get a seat, if you will. Looks like Mama Bear's here with us. That's awesome. Come on, come on. Come on, come on. Come on in, everybody. So let's see who we got in here so far while we're waiting on some peeps to drop by. Of course, my doodle bug never fails. Good to see you, Doodle, Vince, Victoria, and Angel, and Kano in the house. Brutally honest, welcome back to you. Miss Kim, north of 54th. Cassie, hello. SRB's in the house. Good to see you, SRB. Moni in the middle of the True Crime Cafe. Yes, sir. Welcome. Let's see here. Alicia J, welcome back, dear. Good to have you tonight. Miss Nina's in the house. Warning label near. Good to see you. Let me see. Miss Mama Bear, of course, in the house there. Mama Bear, she had to work all day. That's why she's not here with us, guys. She's tired, but she's still here in the chat. So that's what matters. Again, FarQ in the house. From down under. Good to see you today, FarQ. Thank you for joining us. So very appreciative. Zelda's in the house. Welcome, Miss Zelda. Good to have you here. Let me see. Ray Baltic, welcome back to you. Great to have you here. Let's see. Come on. Maybe. Little Miss Sunshine's in the house. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us tonight, Sunshine. You are so very much appreciated. Of course, Wisdom Speaks in the house. Good to see you, Miss Sherry. Thank you for joining us tonight. I don't think I missed anybody, did I? Did I? Tomboy Charm in the house. Out on the roads, driving. Be safe. Be careful. Let's see. I don't see anybody. If I didn't catch you, I will catch up with you. I promise. By the way, I hope FarQ, I hope you had a wonderful rest of your day yesterday and had the best birthday you could leading up to next year so we can do it again and you have a wonderful year, please. But today we have another one. I said your name, Alicia. I seen you. Hello. Thank you for being here. That goes to all of the Blue Crew. Thank you guys for joining me because, of course, we all know I could not, would not, nor should not be able to do this without you because you guys make things happen and you guys are amazing. So it's great here to see you all once again. But like I said, that's wonderful, FarQ. Today is a new day. Today is our own Miss Victoria's birthday. Victoria, Kano, and oh Lord, I didn't forget already. Come on now. Victoria, Angel, and Kano. So Miss Victoria's birthday is today. It's another special day. Celebrating the creation of another special person, guys. So again, that is important to me as it always is. So we're gonna give a little celebratory song for Miss Victoria, special pick for her. She's an animal lover. She had an amazing friend for years, an amazing dog, Kano, that became part of this community with her. And now she has Angel, her new kitty cat, to celebrate with her today as well. And Kano there in spirit and here with us in spirit as well, guys. So I picked this song just for Victoria. I hope she has had a wonderful day. I hope she continues to have a wonderful day, a wonderful night, and an amazing year leading up to next year when we can do this again with her. So again, Victoria, this is just for you. I wish you a happy birthday. We do absolutely adore you, Victoria. We love you very much and appreciate you being part of this community. It is the 3rd today, FarQ. So this is for you from all of us, Miss Victoria, and I hope you enjoy it. There you go, Miss Victoria. Happy birthday. I hope you have an amazing day, an amazing night, and I hope it was the best birthday you could have. I'm glad we are honored and privileged to be able to spend it with you a little bit in here today. And thank you for choosing us to spend some of your time with. God bless. We love you, Victoria, and thank you for being part of this family, this community. You are so very much appreciated. I hope you did. And guys, if you can, please wish Miss Victoria a birthday. a happy birthday, the best birthday ever. So I hope you can. Like I said, guys, I try to hand pick each one of these songs I do for you guys based on what I think you guys would like and what I get from you guys when I get to know you. So that's kind of the best thing I could put out there for her. It just reminded me of her so much and her love of animals and so on and so forth. So I thought she would definitely enjoy it. And I do that with all of you guys when I can, because I care about you guys individually as people. And it's important to me that you guys are, that anybody for that matter, is appreciated on the day of their creation, that it's known that that was the day they were born, brought into this world. And if that were never to happen, you guys wouldn't be here in this amazing community full of amazing people. That is why I do that the way I do, and I always have, because I love you guys. I appreciate you guys, and you deserve so much more than that. But I do the best I can to bring stuff like that to you for those reasons. So thank you again for being part of what we are here. We are grateful to have you all. And again, one more time, Miss Victoria, happy birthday. I hope it's the best day you have. Have a wonderful year leading up to this time next year, and we can do it again. We love you. Welcome, everybody. Captain Jenks is in the house. Welcome back to you. Good to see you. James Tate, wonderful to have you here, my friend. We do appreciate you so very much. I'm glad you liked it, Victoria. I'm glad you liked it. I hope Angel enjoyed it as well. All right, Captain Jenks, thank you for that. Again, make sure Miss Victoria, you wish her a wonderful birthday wish if you can, and let her know that we care. Let's see here. All right, you guys are amazing. Come on in, everybody. Get comfortable, grab a seat. This should be an interesting show today. There was a motions hearing in the Sarah Boon case. We all know how that has gone. It's a very, very horrible and horrifically sad case, but her being the suspect herself has been unbelievably comically stupid in some ways. So Miss Victoria says she did, and I bought her a condo. Oh, she got her own condo. All right, Angel. Good for you, kitty. That's awesome. Those things are neat. That's cool. So you got your own place to stay now, Miss Angel. That's cool. Hey, Jilly Bean, and thank you for that, dear. And welcome. It's great to see you tonight. Thank you for joining me. Come on in, everybody. Come on in, if you will. Find a place to be. What comment are you talking about? What happened, Tomboy? What did you say, Tomboy? Did YouTube grab it? I don't think anybody saw the comment, Tomboy. That's horrible. Another officer in Harris County, Texas, shot today. Jesus criminy. Never fails. Again and again, law enforcement, they're dropping left and right. People need to leave the police alone, too. That's horrible. SRB said, FYI to all. I have been hearing other chatters saying that this is randomly happening. Comments just don't show up. I don't know what's up. YouTube and StreamYard have been strange lately. That I will say. For sure. Yeah, executed probably. I agree. We'll have to check that out here shortly. If I can find it, I'll definitely will look it up. Come on in, everybody. 38 peeps in here. Let me see where we at. We got 17 likes. Come on now. If you can make that happen, please do. And that goes for all the lurkers out there that are lurking. I appreciate you being here. Please hit that like button while you can. We do appreciate you very much. Uh, that's horrible, 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 Tomboy. Unreal. So good to see you, Jilly Bean. Thank you for joining us tonight. You are appreciated. Oh my goodness gracious already. Bark, you gifted a membership out from the cafe to somebody else, and it looks like Dr. James was gifted a membership by ParkU. That's awesome. And congrats, Dr. James. And thank you, ParkU. Welcome to the sauce. You are so very much appreciated for that, ParkU. God bless. We appreciate you very much. And congrats again, Dr. James. Welcome to the sauce. It's great to have you here. Not that, Nikki. Hello, dear. Good to see you tonight. I hope you're having a wonderful day. We do appreciate you stopping by. I hope you have a great night as well, and it's great to see you. I hope you're doing well as well. Thank you for stopping by. We do appreciate you very much, Nikki. Come on in, guys. Grab a chair. Get comfortable while we get this stuff up and rolling. A couple other things to show you maybe after that, too. Once I get that up and rolling. Okay, let's see here. It looks like ParkU gifted another membership. Thank you, ParkU, so very much. That one went to Not That Nikki. Well, that's awesome. Congrats, Nikki. Welcome back to the sauce. We appreciate you again, ParkU, for that. And it's so nice to have you back in the sauce, Nikki. For those times that you decide to hang with us, we appreciate you. And we appreciate you being a member of this community so very much. Thank you again, ParkU, very much. God bless. And Nikki, welcome back. That's amazing. You guys are so very awesome in here. This community makes me I just don't even know what to say, you guys. Really don't know what to say. That's okay, Nikki. We understand. And I hope that, you know, I will be keeping your father in my thoughts and prayers, as well as you, and the rest of your family for that matter. Hoping everything goes well and he starts to get better soon. It's not a good thing. So hopefully it works out in the right direction soon. Congratulations again, and thank you, ParkU, so much. So again, I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with Sarah Boon's case. I've covered it pretty much from the beginning of it in here. She's made a mockery of a lot of things. She's been handed a lot of things. She's been given a lot of freebies. She's been given just a lot in general, right? Okay. Oh, you are absolutely fine, Nikki. No worries. No worries whatsoever. We appreciate you so very much for being here. Again, like I said, I will be keeping your you and your father, your whole family in our thoughts and prayers. Hoping everything goes well and everybody starts to heal up from anything going on. It's just wonderful to see you here tonight, and we do appreciate you so very much. Again, thoughts and prayers 100%. hopefully that goes along with you and things start to get better. God bless. And we appreciate having you in this community very much so. Um, okay. Like I said, for those of you that are, I think most of you guys know about the Sarah Boon case. It's crazy. This woman very horribly locked her fiance or whatever he was in a suitcase, and he passed on because of that. He couldn't get out. She left him in there for more than 12 hours. I think some other things happened along with that. And she filmed it with her cell phone and made some very derogatory comments towards him when he was begging her to let him out. She wasn't going to do that. So, what's up, Captain Jenks? Good to see you. So, that being said, she, tried to have it thrown out. She's delayed this for, we're going on four years, I think now. And she's made every excuse she possibly can, demanded certain things, requested things that don't make any sense within this case. I mean, guys, it's a mess. And she has been given so much more than just about anybody I've ever seen given by a judge. Leeway and just, it's just insane. And she still wants more. So there was a motions hearing today on this, and I want to check it out, review it, and see what we can figure out here. The first thing I'm going to throw up is where'd it go here? Hold on a minute. I'm going to play something from a few days ago first, and then we're going to get into the newer stuff if we can. Yeah, Moon Lover's in the house. Good to see you. She is a monster for sure. Yeah, I think there's more to what she did than just zipping him up in that case. I think we're going to find that out via the court, the hearing, the trial. So I'm going to get started with this today just to catch some people up on some of this stuff, and then I'm going to show you what happened after we go through that here. So let me know if you guys have any any problems hearing anything, and let's get this show on the road. Here we go.
Sarah Boon. She, of course, is the defendant in the suitcase murder trial. She's supposed to be back in court next week for a motion hearing before her trial, which was set for about 30 days from, just over 30 days from now. She's supposed to be going to trial. You remember, she's ripped through several attorneys. 8 attorneys have withdrawn from her.
Thank you so much, Jilly Bean, for the super sticker. God bless. That's so very nice of you. We appreciate you so much. Yeah, by the way, this lady has gone through 8 public defenders and was ordered by the judge himself that she now has to defend herself. They've allowed for her to have an attorney to help her along through it, but she's done all this to herself, guys. So be prepared for a little bit of shocking craziness with this if you haven't seen this yet. Again, Jilly Bean, thank you so much. We love you and appreciate you so much. So yeah, we're going to have got through this from a couple days ago first, and then we'll catch up with the new stuff.
Her case, so she was forced to represent herself. So the last few times she's been in court, she has been arguing her own motions, handwritten motions from jail, and she's been working through the system as best she can.
Yeah, yes. Funny as it is, guys, the last hearing we watched with her, it was just question after question after whatever she can ask to extend the hearing so she didn't have to go back to jail. I'm guessing while she was sitting there doing that, she was writing out a handwritten motion herself and then handed it off to the judge, and he couldn't do anything with it at that point. So on we go. She's definitely interesting. I'll say that much.
Well, today things have changed. It appears as though she has hooked another attorney. A motion for a continuance was filed in Florida for Sarah Boon and on behalf of Sarah Boon, saying that defense counsel has been retained. And this person has met with the defendant 4 times at the Orange County Jail. And during these meetings, the defendant has disclosed potential exculpatory evidence They're setting the table for this to get kicked down the kick the can down the old street here a little bit longer and continue this case once again. So is she going to actually stand trial a little over a month from now? We'll have to wait and see if indeed she has.
Welcome, Leslie. Thank you so much for joining us today. I appreciate you. It's great to have you here tonight. I hope you're having a wonderful day, and I'm grateful to see you here. Thank you very much.
Retained counsel, one would think a continuance would be necessary. Michael Jaffer is with us. Michael, the judge has had enough of this, and she put out this plea. I need an attorney. You want to be famous? You'll be on court TV. She even made a flyer, and it appears as someone has answered the call and has met with her and has filed this motion for a continuance. If indeed another attorney shows up and says, "I am representing Sarah Boon," the judge is going to have to push this, correct?
Yeah, I mean, look at Court TV, being so powerful that even attorneys are taking cases that they maybe otherwise would have rejected, right? Very proud of Court TV, but yeah, the judge is going to have to give her, she's going to have to give her way on this. It has all the upsides and none of the downsides. And here's why. It's not like Sarah Boon is sitting on an island sipping Mai Tais, awaiting her trial and just trying to push and delay the ball so she can continue her vacation. She's in custody, right? So it's not like there's any difference. She's either guilty or she's not. If she's guilty, she's already basically serving a sentence of a person who's guilty of this, right? Giving her an attorney, especially when an attorney has showed up for four times and is filing motions, it has all the upsides for the judge. Judge doesn't want to have Sarah Boon defend herself and turn this case into a circus and then, come back on appeal and say, well, I had an attorney. You didn't let me have an attorney. No, the judge wants her to have an attorney and lose the right way, right? And this, by the way, this case is an imminently winnable case. Not winnable in terms of Sarah Boon is going to walk out and get a not guilty, but winnable in terms of it could be dropped down to voluntary manslaughter. I mean, this has voluntary manslaughter written all over it, right? So, I mean, an attorney could really do right by Sarah Boon and the system and make even the judge happy.
And that kind of scares me, guys, that if they can get this knocked down to voluntary manslaughter, she's not going to do hardly any time on this. Like, that's kind of scary to me, knowing what she did, how she did it. And I got to wonder, did she know that when she did this? Is she playing this game that way for that reason? I got to wonder. I mean, she comes off like she knows things. I don't think she's super, super smart. But, I don't know. I hope not, SRB. I hope not. I hope not. But we'll see what happens. We definitely will see what happens. And I wouldn't put it past her either, honestly. I'm hoping that the prosecution has something else. I feel like they may have another video that was in her phone, possibly, of her doing something else to this suitcase that this poor gentleman in the middle was locked in. Okay. And it may play a part in what happened to him. I don't know that's a fact, guys. So don't go anywhere with that. I'm just telling you, it's something I'm thinking they may have by the way that things have been played out in some senses. It's just a thought, very, very, very speculative thought. So just saying, I'm really curious. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, if she has another attorney, I think is pro bono. Maybe not. I think it's pro bono, and it's not a public defender. So we'll see what happens with this guy. He's interesting enough too. So we'll see. I'm real curious.
So she should have an attorney. If she doesn't fire this attorney, great. If she fires this attorney, honestly, for some reason, I feel like if the judge allows Sarah Boon to postpone her trial, have her attorney, and then she fires this attorney, I think she's done no matter. I don't care if the Supreme Court justice retires and wants to defend Sarah Boon. At that point, the judge is going to tell her you're done.
Yeah, Michael Jaffer, thank you. We need a break. Stay with us. More ahead. Busy Friday on Court TV.
All right, let's move forward with this here.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and I put him in a case and we were playing. I'm the blue-eyed white dragon.
For the purposes of trial, you will be hands-free and you will not be shackled with legs.
Okay, so I will be unbound. I know this is an in question, but what does the thing mean?
Sarah Boon could have the help she wanted when she appears today in court with her new attorney. But the suitcase murder trial could be delayed yet again if Boone and her counsel get their way. And from Dancing with the Stars to a domestic abuse charge, the arrest of a dance pro married to a retired WWE wrestler is leaving us with more questions than answers. Also this hour, a woman accused of killing her husband says that her 7-year-old was one of 2 people who really murdered him. We're talking with her defense attorney live. Plus, Donna Adelson's last court hearing. So many of you interested in the suitcase murder trial, right? And we've seen delay after delay after delay. And well, guess what? This morning we're seeing that Sarah Boon may have a little help in the courtroom from an attorney from Pensacola, Florida, who is stepping up to represent her. Now, if you remember, she's gone through 8 lawyers previously and was essentially made to represent herself.
For the reasons that the court identified in a 16-page order previously entered, your request for standby counsel is denied.
So Sarah Boon then created an advertisement. Remember this? She advertised for an attorney to help her, and it appears it worked. Because on Friday, attorney James Owens filed his notice of appearance and then immediately filed.
So for those of you that don't understand, she had put forth a motion to the judge to get standby counsel to help her with the thing, and the judge denied her. No, we've given you enough. You're not getting it. You're done. So she made this poster here. Where'd it go? Right there. Inmate seeks attorney looking for prosperous challenge. Ready for your close-up on national television. Are you zealous with the side of Keene? It's like she's putting out a commercial about herself. You know what I mean? Show the world who you are. Well, what the hell? And that's what she did. And guess what? Somebody responded to this. James Owens out of Florida. And oh my God, I'm curious to see who this person is, if he's going to respond to this. This is ridiculous. So just so you guys know, it's one more crazy little piece of this insane story.
Filed his notice of appearance and then immediately filed a motion asking for a continuance. In the motion, he noted that he was drawn to the case after, get this, seeing her advertisement from watching court TV. How about that? Now, in an interview with us, Owen says, quote, she hired me. She retained me. It's a little different because it wasn't someone who was handed to her. She picked me. I plan on seeing it through, and I'm determined to help her see it through, end quote. All right, we'll see what happens this morning. Let's talk about this. I've got 2 great guests standing by. The Director of Prosecution Projects at Florida International University. She's a former homicide prosecutor. Melba Pearson is with us. And want to welcome back in forensic psychologist, expert witness, Dr. Michael Brannon. Great to see you both. Oh boy. Okay, so the likelihood, let's just assume that everything works smoothly. He shows up at court this morning. The judge notes that he is now counsel of record. Will he be given a continuance? Melba, what do you think?
Yeah, good morning, Julia and Doctor. I think that he's going to get that continuance. It would be an appealable issue, I think, if he doesn't, because he's brand new, just stepping into the case. He has to have the opportunity to read the file, prepare.
Sorry, Nikki says, and I'm going to pause it for a minute, Nikki, so you can catch up maybe. I'm behind in the stream now, but I want to say how much I appreciate these home felt streams. Lord, do they mean so much for those of us who need it. Thank you. We'll catch up once home. Oh, no worries, Nikki. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you very much. I'm glad that this helps you in any way. I appreciate that.
If he was just retained on Friday or basically in the last couple of days, there's no way he can get up to speed to effectively try this case. So I think a short continuance will be given to him. Now, I don't think it'll be 3 months or something like that, but I could see a scenario of a couple of weeks to a month in terms of a reset date in order for this trial to finally move forward.
Sure. Appreciate it, Melba. I have a little bit of the motion for continuance we extracted just to see a little bit of what he says. And get this, he talks about meeting with Sarah Boon 4 times at the Orange County Jail already. And he says during the meetings, they discussed exculpatory evidence on her phone, which they hope will potentially corroborate her battered spouse syndrome defense. Dr. Michael Brannon, this is where I want to bring you in. We all
That explains why she keeps asking for her phone so bad. There must be something she thinks on her phone that is exculpatory enough to be able to pull her out of this. I'd be curious to see what it is, because I can guarantee you there's probably more inculpatory evidence in there than anything. That's my opinion, but we'll see.
Saw you testify in Marsha Thompson's case, and you were really the star of that trial, the breakout star of that trial. Your expertise really shined. Looking at this case, and I know you haven't personally evaluated Sarah Boon, but based on what you know and the facts we see them, do you think she could be successful on a battered spouse syndrome defense?
Well, good morning, Julie, and Melba, too. Good morning. So it's a very difficult defense, even when everything is all put together nicely for the defense to occur. And there has to be a number of different elements that fit in order for the battered spouse defense to be successful. And in this particular case, you know, there's a reason why people go through a lot of different attorneys. Some of them may just be stall tactics. Some may be trying to establish a certain defense. But attorneys may be, and again, I didn't talk with her, I don't know that much about the case, but attorneys may have already told her, listen, you don't meet the elements of this, or this is not going to be successful, trying to give her the benefit of their legal knowledge and background. And she may not have been willing to accept that. She may have heard from other inmates or family members, or she may have seen court TV and thinks it may be a good idea, but the facts of that, the elements may not apply directly to her case.
Appreciate that, Dr. Brandon. We know in one of the motions that her new attorney filed, he said that he's looking for additional discovery. And of course, that caught our attention because we're thinking, what else is there? We've been talking about this case for years. Melba, as you know, you've given us analysis for years on this one. What else could possibly be there? It seems like Sarah Boon is hung up on discovery, quote unquote. We've seen her, you know, there before the judge saying, you know, I'm not being given everything. I'm not being given everything. And, you know, looking as a spectator, you know, someone who's on the outside. I'm not part of the case. I'm not the prosecutor. I'm not her defense attorney. You know, I'm just scratching my head because we know there.
Welcome, V. It's so wonderful to see you here tonight. Great to have you here, dear. I hope you're having a great day. And again, Paula, welcome, dear. Thank you for joining us tonight as well.
There were two people at that house that night, the two of them, when this happened, and she created the most incriminating evidence by filming him and not letting him out of the suitcase. Melba, do you think this motion could have teeth? Do you think this is a formality? I'm curious your legal opinion on why this attorney would say he thinks there's still something outstanding that hasn't been turned over by the state.
So, of course, as in any prosecution, you have the duty to turn over any evidence that you're going to be relying on in trial, or just generally. And my always rule of thumb was always, when in doubt, send it out, right? So that way there's never an issue later on down the line. You didn't turn this over. This could have been exculpatory. You mentioned this in trial. I didn't have access to it before, et cetera, et cetera. So sometimes in homicide cases, when you have a lot of different witnesses, you have many different people that authored reports. You may not, there could be a situation maybe where one or two reports didn't get turned over. It happens. It's, often accidental, not anything untoward, but it happens. So it's possible that the defense attorney, in the abundance of caution, is just renewing his request for any and all discovery that might be pending, just prompting the prosecutor to go through the file again and just ensure there wasn't anything turned over. Now, of course, it could be a stall tactic on the side of the defendant, because again, yes, to your point, Julia, she knows what discovery she created, but also is a tactic to know, is there anything else out there that can be used against me? And how do I deal with that? How do I handle that in advance of the trial?
Excellent insight from you as always, Melba. Thank you. Dr. Brandon, let me go back to you, please, on the issue of battered spouse syndrome. Sarah Boon, we know, is a very strong-willed, shall we say, woman who seems to know what
It's okay. I'll pause it for a minute here, V, just to give it a second to catch up for anybody. Hey, Arctic, what's up, buddy? No worries. No worries at all. You're perfectly fine, Arctic. I hope you're having a good night, brother. Thank you for joining us. Nikki says, oh, how I love you guys. Thank you. Mods will be mad, please. Sorry for Cap. You're fine. I don't get all upset about the Caps thing, guys. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't. I actually think that's kind of ridiculous when people flip out about that. I do that because I have trouble seeing sometimes, so I type with caps on a lot either so I can see what I'm saying. You know what I mean? So don't worry about that, Nikki, at all, please. Sorry for the caps. Needed to express gratitude. So grateful driving in San Antonio, Texas, playing. Please be careful, Nikki. And be safe down through there, please. And again, we appreciate you being here, but no worries by any means, no worries whatsoever. And again, B, no worries either with you. Hopefully this will help you to catch up. Great again to see you, Arctic, and I appreciate you being here, brother.
She wants. She had difficulty getting along with the 8 prior attorneys. Maybe 9 will be lucky number 9. Who knows? But tell me, if she is intent on going forward with this defense or at least exploring it, what does that look like from your perspective in consulting? Would you kind of take us behind the scenes? How would that go?
Sure. So you'd want to know right away whether there's any control tactics that were being done by the victim in this case. Was there a pattern of abuse? Was it ongoing? And was the individual, the victim in this case, so controlling that she wasn't allowed to contact, be in touch with other individuals, be in touch with family members to try to get help? And did she make other attempts to try to get away from the abuse? And I'd also note that the method of death here that was utilized by Ms. Boone on the victim, it would be unusual for a battered spouse case. Usually the actions are impulsive, they're quick, a quick gunshot or a quick stab wound. But this type of killing is really unusual and almost unheard of for battered spouse cases. So they'd have to overcome that as well, because it appears that there's some thought, some intent, but also some lingering time for her to think about what she's done. And oftentimes those are not synonymous with battered spouse defenses.
I appreciate it, Dr. Brandon. So in terms of what we may see today, Melba, as we go into the courtroom, what are you expecting from the judge? Are you expecting the judge to willingly accept this attorney's involvement in the case now?
I mean, he doesn't really have a choice. It's one of those situations where this is who the defendant has selected to represent her. And so the judge has to give him the same equal treatment he would give to any of the other attorneys, whether it be the first one or the 8th one that showed up in court. So he has to listen to the...
That is a good question. Alicia says they both have domestic violence on their record. So would she still be able to use that as a defense? This is a good point. I mean, she went to jail for being for hitting him as well and had domestic violence charges. That's very true. So good point, Alicia. Very good point.
Defense counsel's argument as to why he needs a continuance, how long he thinks he would need, what he's seeking, or if he knows what specific piece of evidence is missing or what piece of discovery hasn't been turned over, laying that out. So the judge is going to have to listen to all the arguments and make a decision as to if he's going to get a reset or a continuance, and if so, for how long.
Appreciate it, Melba. Dr. Brandon, tell us, what are you looking for as this progresses? What are you listening for, watching for with Sarah Boone's trial?
So does the evidence show a pattern of abuse? And does the evidence show that she's tried other methods to try to escape from that abuse? And remember, these are difficult defenses. And the reason why they're difficult is you're asking jurors to not believe what they see, but to really believe what they can't see, which is what a person's thinking and feeling. And the attorneys in this case, with their evidence, have to be able to show what she was thinking and what she told other people, and not just what she did, but what she didn't do. All those things are very, very important in establishing a battered spouse syndrome case. And this particular case, if she hasn't shown those elements, it'll be difficult to get that forward with a jury.
Appreciate it. Excellent insight from you both. Dr. Michael Brandon, thank you kindly. I know we need to let you go and get on with your day. Always a pleasure to have you on opening statements. Thank you. And Melba Pearson's going to be staying with us as we continue the show. We hope you do the same. As we come back from this break, we're going to talk about how a Napa Valley arrest has put the focus on one high-profile celebrity couple. What do the charges ruling is tipping the scales?
Let's do it to dive into the latest.
Oh my God.
And breaking true crime stories.
This was a very targeted.
Okay, so that's pretty much it as far as it goes for Sarah on that side of things. I don't want to mix these things together for you guys, but give me 1 minute here. righty, let's get this hearing up and rolling. For those of you that didn't see it, here we are. Right. Give me 1 second, you guys. I just realized something. Sorry about that, guys. Thank you for your patience. And Arctic, oh my God. Dude. Jeez. I don't even know what to say. You're killing me. I just saw it, Arctic. You're killing me, dude. I don't even know what to say. Oh God. That is too funny to me. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy. Oh my God. I love you, bro. That's all I can say is just saying it, period. Never fails. Never fails. Shit. That's too funny. Too funny, bro. You guys, they can start talking now. Shit. That was too funny, dude. Too funny. I don't know what's going on with their thing, but all right, what's going on with your cameras here, folks? Let's get the volume rolling and all that fun stuff. Welcome, James Tate. Good to see you, my friend. Oh, Lord, have mercy. God forgive me. That's all I can say. Come on. Where are we at here? What's going on with this? It shouldn't be taking this long to get this started. Wow. Are we going to do anything here? Why is there no sound? The hell? What happened here? What is going on with this? It took that long to get this started. Look at her laughing. Oh, God. Oh, wow. She got a new boyfriend in the courtroom with her?
Preparation of notice reflect.
Okay. This shouldn't have taken so long, but it's coming. That's just creepy to see that laugh. That's, yeah, she takes this real serious. Can you tell? Probably SRB. What, didn't the skeleton jump off the mountain? She's cuckoo. I know, B. I know. She's crazy as hell. I agree with you. Oh, my God. Stop. Stop smiling. Stop laughing. This is not a joke.
Judge, I'm James Owens, and I'm representing Sarah Boon.
Sir, good morning. Pleasure. Ms. Boone, good morning. Could you please...
So she's looking at this attorney. She must think that he's the cat's meow or something, and that's where the smiling's coming from. What does she think? This guy's got this in a bag or something? This is sick. Almost sick, you guys.
Raise your right hand now. First, go ahead and swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Ma'am, good morning. Could you state your full name and date of birth for the record for me?
Sarah Boon, 10-10-7-7.
Good morning, everyone. We are here on several different items. The first is the court's notice of hearing that was sent out last week. The first issue on that was addressing the viewing of the physical evidence here in open court. On August 5, the court entered an order setting forth certain deadlines and scheduling, including the viewing of the digital evidence no later than September 3, and the physical evidence viewing to take place here in open court on September the 3rd, and a schedule for objections thereafter. The digital evidence review took place on August 9th, and the August 23rd deadline for objections has since passed. On August 14th, the court was advised of an alternative arrangement and advised the state to file a notice reflecting when and where and how that review would have taken place. I did not receive or see such a notice in the court file. Mr. Cashore?
Yes, Your Honor. We were not able to file the notice prior to today. However, on Friday, August the 30th, we were able to have that evidence review of the physical items with Ms. Boone at the Orange County Jail.
Okay, all right. Ms. Boone, can you confirm if in fact that viewing took place?
It took place.
Okay, all right, very good. And who did it take place between the state, yourself, and was Mr. Lane with Prison Break Investigations a part of that viewing?
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Also set for hearing this morning was defendant's motion for payment of costs and appointing neuropsychologist to assist the defendant in preparation of the defense that was filed on the 14th. The next day, August 15th, JSCS filed a response to the motions for payment of costs and appointment of a neuropsychiatrist. Paragraph 10 of the JSC's response reflects that the JSC will not be participating in this hearing. Mr. Owens, good morning. What is your position, sir, with regard to Ms. Boone's pro se motion for cause? Are you adopting that motion?
I'd like to abandon that one, but substitute it in for two other motions for the appointment of a forensic psychologist, Dr. Julie Harper, who was on this case previously. I believe she saw Sarah Boon about 6 times at the Orange County Jail. She was working under the direction of the original counsel, Mr. Padilla, who I believe had the case for about 2.5 years. And I think it was set for trial, ready to go, and then at the last minute he withdrew. I tried to call him a couple of times, haven't been able to find out what went on. I have talked to Ms. Cashman, the last lawyer, but we don't need this neuropsychologist that Ms. Boone had requested, but we do need a reappointment of the forensic psychologist, Dr. Julie Harper. I've spoken with her a couple of times last week. I text messaged her 4 or 5 times this weekend. She is in agreement to handle the case, to reopen her file. She has sent me her records. I have reviewed them. I've met with my client. I think my client meets the criteria for that spouse. I believe Dr. Harper, after she gets a chance to re-engage with my client, spend some time with my client, and hopes that she's going to be of that opinion. In addition, I believe it's necessary for the appointment of a crime scene reconstructionist and death investigator, Dr. Michael Berkland, who is from my area, Pensacola, is who I am recommending to be appointed.
What was his name again, sir? I'm sorry.
Michael Berkland. I filed these judges yesterday or last night. I don't know if they're in the court file yet.
I did not see them this morning. I did see the motion to dismiss.
Can I post them in?
Yes. State, have you seen them?
I just saw them briefly this morning prior to the hearing.
Thank you. The only thing I saw in the court file, counsel, when I was prepping last night was the motion for statement of particulars, the column September 2. I have not yet seen these motions.
Judge, I also filed a motion for additional discovery. I don't know if that made it through as well.
Was that also filed yesterday, sir, sometime in the evening?
It was filed at 8:30 yesterday morning.
So I have a motion for statement of particulars.
Welcome, Lamar. Says there's no age limit to seeking 15 minutes of fame. He probably got a Boone job too before taking the case. Oh, Christ.
It was filed at 8:10 yesterday, but I do not have the motion for additional discovery filed.
Welcome, Gene.
I don't know why the court was not able to post that, because they were filed one right after the other.
One's in the court file, the other 3 aren't. They were all filed yesterday, 19.
Certain things auto-populate and certain things have to be accepted.
Okay.
The statement of particulars.
Welcome, Ms. Terry.
Additional discovery were filed yesterday morning. The motion to appoint the crime scene reconstructionist and death investigator, and the motion to appoint the forensic psychologist was filed at 6:10 p.m.
I do see that.
So, based on her persona, I guess we could say, excuse me, I'm going to have to guess that this man went and saw her. She said that they've seen each other twice now. She's probably got a thing for him, knowing her. Second off, he probably told her, oh, I can get this knocked down to almost nothing, Sarah. I got this. We're good. I got you covered. So she probably thinks she's getting off on this. Now, I pray to God this doesn't happen, you guys. I pray to God. What she did was horrifying. And people like this that can just do those types of things definitely don't need to be on the streets with the rest of us, is all I'm saying. So I hope to God that there's not something there that is messed up that lets her get off on this. I'm telling you, I hope not. I'm pretty sure the prosecution has a good case on her. I hope they do. Who wants a Boone job? I know I don't want or need my, oh God. I'm moving on. Thank you, Arctic.
As the court previously identified, JCS chose not to participate in this morning's hearing by virtue of their
photographs, which he says are critical. We cannot find, he says are critical to his evaluation. So I know time is of the essence. We've got people working on it, but there is some additional evidence that we need.
state. What's the status of the provision of the autopsy photographs and the crime scene photographs and provided them to counsel?
We provided all of those things previously, obviously, to the defendant, which has been greatly discussed already. When Mr. Owens' notice of appearance came on the case, I instructed my assistant to go ahead and send copies of the document discovery, which is easily available to him, just so that he could quickly have that and not have to worry about getting that from his client or whatever. I believe we also sent notice to as well that if he wants additional copies of the autopsy and crime scene photos or any other pieces of digital evidence in the case, that he just needs to provide USB and he can go ahead and burn that for him. Again, this is in addition to what's already been provided to the defendant in this case.
Okay, do we have a time frame where we might be able to get that information to him?
If he wants to come back to my office, we can do it this morning / this afternoon.
Is your
Office in the building?
Yes, it's in the courthouse.
right there? Come out front door, make a left.
Okay. I don't have a USB with me, but I'll find one. This morning, we'll get that done.
Okay, I appreciate you both. With regard to the motion for additional discovery filed yesterday, September 2, 8:34 a.m., State, give you the opportunity to review this.
I just reviewed it just now here in court this morning. The state was going to request an opportunity to respond to both this motion and also the motion to the statement of particulars formally and in writing, given the lack of time we've had to prepare to make a quick formal response.
Sure. And how much time, Counselor, would you like in order to file a response to the motion for statement of particulars and the motion for additional discovery?
I would ask for at least a week.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, all right. The state shall file a response to both the motion for statement of particulars and the motion for additional discovery no later than the close of business 5 p.m. on Tuesday, September the 10th. And if hearings are necessary, we'll coordinate those. With regard to the defendant's pro se motion for payment of costs and appointing neuropsychologist to assist the defendant in preparation of the defense, the court's going to deny that as moot based on Mr. Owens' representation. With regard to the motion to appoint crime scene reconstructionist and death investigator and motion to appoint forensic psychologist, State, are you intending on filing a response to these?
No, we're going to take no position on those points.
Okay, all right. I will have Ms. Barrios, I'll ask the clerk to see if we can push these through the portal today.
Yeah, that's actually pissing me off pretty badly, you guys, watching her come in here and sit down and smile and grin and smile and grin. Somebody needs to smack that shit right off her face. You're not getting away with this. Sorry, just so you know. And that's what I think she thinks right now.
So that Ms. Barrios can reach out to JCS and see if we can get a time frame on when they may be able to provide a position statement or a response to those motions, and then we'll coordinate a hearing respectfully.
Judge, I'm going to want to add one other forensic psychologist, make a request. I want to make sure that there's not an issue about my client, Sarah.
Welcome, Keely, Arctic. Yes, you're right, bro. Those things are the three most important things in life. Although Carol Baskin, we did find out, didn't kill her husband. He's alive and well, but she's still a mess. I'll just say that much.
Been in manufacturing defense, and there's a second doctor, Dr. Michael Brandon. Dr. Michael Brandon.
R-A-N-N-E-N.
That's what I'm saying, Sherry. It sure as hell looks like she's flirting to me. and it's creepy and gross. It's making me sick to my stomach, seriously. But that's what it looks like. Ugh, yuck. I'm good, Keely. I'm good. Thank you. But thank you for joining us.
He spells it B-R-A-N-N-O-N. He was the forensic psychologist in the Marsha Thompson case. That was the Palm Beach County first-degree murder where she shot and killed her husband. Shot him 9 times. He was laying on the couch and was acquitted of first-degree murder back in July of this year. That was a 2019 case, so that took a while to get to trial. But Dr. Brandon testified that a battered woman's experiences affect her perception of imminent danger. And that's going to be a question in this case, whether or not Sarah Boon, at the time of her actions, was facing imminent danger. In addition, Dr. Brandon said victims of repeat violence may fear death in situations others would not. And I've tried to reach out to Mr. Brandon this weekend unsuccessfully, and my intent is to reach out to him. I'm hoping he's going to respond. He claims on his website that he responds within 48 hours. I will be, that's the only other witness I'm going to need an appointment for a forensic psychologist. So 2 forensic psychologists, Dr. Julie Harper, Dr.
Welcome, Aqua. It's wonderful to have you here. Thank you for joining us.
Dr. Michael Burke. And then in addition, I would like Billy Lane, who's seated in the audience. He is the investigator on the case. Because of the claims that we're making that she's a battered woman, we need evidence to corroborate that. So there's a lot of history between her and Torres involving the apartment complex, which is in Winter Park, that was 4 years ago. The ownership of that apartment complex has changed hands, so it's going to be somewhat problematic trying to get information about who all the tenants were that may have witnessed some of the violence involved in these 2, as well as we're trying to get together the 911 calls that Sarah made and others made about the disturbances between that couple. So he's got a lot of work to do as it relates to running down witnesses. In addition, we're trying to get arrest reports the prior domestic violence arrest of Mr. Torres, as well as the officers involved in their body cams to see if there's any evidence on the body cams that would show injuries to Ms. Boone. So we've got a lot of work to do, but I believe it's necessary for us to prove a viable defense of battered spouse syndrome. That we have cooperation. It's going to take a little bit, but I do need the appointment of that expert. He tells me he's already on. I'm going to have to file something else because it was under Sarah Boon. Now, as the attorney of record, I'm going to have to file something. He says he's still got plenty of hours to work under that original cap. So I'll be filing something today or tomorrow as it relates to that. But that's the only other. Of course, I've been retained, so I'm not going to make any claims for attorney's fees. I'm not making any claims for travel costs, just for these witnesses.
The JCS has already approved, I believe, $10,000 in investigation fees and $1,000 for other costs associated with Mr. Lane. That was at one of our previous hearings. Now, that was when Ms. Boone was representing herself pro se. I can't imagine JCS may change their position with regard to those costs. They've already said yes, but file it, and we'll try to tee it up for hearing as well to see if they have any position, or it can just be, the order can be modified to extend to you as counsel for Ms. Boone. Thank you. All right. That takes us now then to your motion for continuance filed.
Very entertaining.
Was filed on August 30th. Court's had the opportunity to review that motion. Any other arguments or statements with regard to that motion? Mr. Owens.
Judge, I reviewed the state case law relating to continuances and the abuse, palpable abuse of discretion when the court does not grant it. But it is critical to my theory, our theory of defense, battered spouse syndrome. And as you know, that takes time to develop, especially when the motion basically speaks for itself, but we're in a time crunch. Essentially, the trial is set for October the 7th. I have to provide a notice of intent to rely on battered spouse syndrome 30 days prior, which is September 7th, which falls on a Saturday, so I believe that gives me till the next business day, Monday, September 9th. But still, 6 days for Dr. Julie Harper to come back out and visit with Ms. Boone, coupled with this other potential forensic psychologist, Dr. Michael Brandon. He's not going to have time to do that. They've got to establish a rapport with her before they can run the testing, spend the time with her. And it involves some extensive history. Obviously, that couple was together for 3 or 4 years. I still haven't peeled back all the layers. I've tried to go through it, but as you know, something like that is going to involve several instances of domestic violence that did not involve law enforcement. That was just between the two. So we've been going through that. We're trying to get some medical records where she was stabbed by Mr. Torres in the leg, and some other evidence. It's just going to take some time, coupled with the fact that I've got to get Mr. Lane to get all this other objective evidence, witnesses, and 911 calls and arrest reports, and provide that to the 2 forensic psychologists for them to help formulate their opinion as to whether she is, in fact, a battered spouse. In good faith, I believe she qualifies based on my spending 3.5 hours with her Labor Day, yesterday, as well as the other 4 times that I've met with her. I have not spoken to Mr. Cordelia, but I believe that was probably going to be where he was going to go. I was not, involved. I don't believe you were involved at that time. I may have been.
Not me.
Okay.
My predecessor was.
But I think it was always ready to go. And for whatever reason, he withdrew at the last moment. And then here we are. But I think it's prejudicial if we're not allowed to present the defense that we believe we have a viable claim to. And I would respectfully ask, I'm not asking for, I think most times you come on a homicide case, you would need at least 6 months. I'm asking for 1 trial cycle, 2 trial cycles sometime at the end of the year or first of next year. I can be ready. I think that will give enough time for our experts to visit with Ms. Boone and formulate their opinions. I'm sure the state's going to want to take a deposition. I think they may have the right to hire their own forensic expert to go out and interview to see if they agree. But that's just going to take a little bit of time, Judge. I'm thinking 2 or 3 months, and we'll be ready to go. I'm not asking for a long continuance. The good thing about it is Mr. Cordelia has done a lot of the work. My understanding he's taken just about all the depositions. I believe they've been transcribed. I haven't gone through all the discovery. She's got the 2 banker's boxes. She has not gone through all the discovery. We tried, but we have not made it. My understanding is a lot of the 2-hour interrogation with the Sheriff's Department has been transcribed. I haven't reviewed that, but we do have a problem with that interrogation. Now, that's why I made the request about the policy. Our policy in my county, Santa Rosa County, is a little bit different. Based on my discussions with her, we feel like I'm going to need to file some motions relating to that. So, because of that, but ultimately because, yes, could I be ready for trial on October 7th? I believe I could, but not without the battered spouse defense, because I don't believe my experts would be ready. And so that's instrumental in our defense.
State, do you have any position?
I guess the state would just respond to a few things. Part of this battered spouse defense has been previously investigated with several of Ms. Boone's previous attorneys, and in fact, the state did.
So, yes, he's trying to get a continuance to the 1st of next year so he can get caught up, and I swear to God, I almost feel like he's going to get it. I'm telling you. I almost feel it because it's not his fault. He's brought in on this late and he needs to catch up on it. But damn, guys, we've been waiting for going on 5 years on this now. Come on. Or 4 years. Sorry. Still, it's a long time. Jesus.
Retain an expert, Dr. Tanya Warner, who's on the state's witness list in this case in anticipation of a potential rebuttal of an attempted battered spouse defense. The state's position would be that we would impose a continuance at this time. However, the state's not opposed to setting another status hearing sometime next week, possibly, where we could address this and to see if there has been any movement, anything that would either change the state's position or potentially the court's position as well.
I don't think the state's thinking it through, Judge, because if we wait a week, I've got to file a notice of intent to rely on battered spouse on Monday. We can't wait a week that the time has expired if the judge doesn't continue it today. He wants to have a conference next week, but it's too late for him.
What's your response to the rule requiring these battered spouse or battered wife syndrome defense 30 days prior to trial?
You have to give it.
Right, but I mean, clearly when that rule was created, it contemplated that there would be sufficient time to prepare for that defense within 30 days of trial, which is why they gave 30 days, which is why the Florida Supreme Court said that 30 days, not 60, not 90, not 120.
But in good faith, you can't file.
I think they're trying to use that defense. But how, that's what I was thinking too. How could they do that if she's got charges against her as well for being the batterer? I don't understand that. That's kind of crazy. I don't know.
A notice of intent to rely on the defense of battered spouse syndrome if you don't have a supporting psychiatrist, forensic psychiatrist that makes that claim. I just can't say, hey, we're going to rely on it, and I'm putting you on notice. I've got to have some kind of authority. I'm not an expert. I think she meets the criteria, but I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not a psychologist. I can't make that opinion. I've got to have an opinion from an expert before I can file that in good faith. I can't do it without Dr. Harper. She needs more time. Dr. Brand needs more time.
All right, thank you. State anything else?
No.
All right, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Oaks, it seems like you've already started to dive into the case and what the court file has reflected. So clearly you've reviewed what is in the court file and the history of this case.
Yes.
I'm sure you've read the court's June 28th order, which was extensive as to the history of this case, multiple lawyers that Ms. Boone has gone through, the reasons for the non-conflicted out lawyers' basis for withdrawal, and why the court ultimately made a decision that Ms. Boone had forfeited her right to court-appointed counsel by her actions, or alternatively waived her right to court-appointed counsel by virtue of her actions. This case has been pending for some time. You advised in your motion to continue that you met with Ms. Boone on 4 different occasions, that you just met with her yesterday for 2.5 hours. You were aware of what the order identified, which was in paragraph 6 of the order in the judge portion, that trial specially set for October 7th, 2024, and that it would be not continued for any reason, have such extraordinarily good cause, and such extraordinarily good cause would not include the retention of counsel. You haven't been appointed in this case. When you undertook this assignment, knowing that you were not being appointed and that by your own representation, you're doing this free of charge on a pro bono basis and not seeking recompensation for any lodging or travel. You knew what the deadlines were for the court. With regard to any of the experts, there have been multiple prior experts in this case. You already identified Dr. Julie Harper, a forensic psychologist. You advised that she's met with the defendant on 6 different occasions. She was appointed back on August 3 of 2020. Under Mr. Padilla's representation of Ms. Boone, at no point in time did Mr. Padilla file a Category A witness list disclosing Ms. Dr. Harper as a testifying expert, and as you astutely pointed out, this matter was days, if not weeks, away from being tried when Mr. Padilla moved to withdraw based on the reasons outlined in the court's June 28th order. Thereafter, Dr. Charles Heller, another forensic psychologist, was appointed on February 3rd, 2022, and again on March 1, 2022. No Category A witness list was ever disclosed with regard to Mr. Heller. Then Winston Hobson had an undisclosed expert that had met with Ms. Boone, as addressed in open court on February 9, 2024. And as Mr. Hobson put it, that expert was not meeting with what Ms. Boone had desired or requested of that expert. There was another expert psychologist that was appointed by Patricia Cashman on February 28, 2024, who had expertise in battered spouse and or battered wife syndrome. There were also Dr. Linda Dore, 2 times sought to be appointed, once by Attorney Bankowitz. Dr. Dore specializes in battered wife or battered spouse syndrome. Once by Dr. Bankowitz Mr. Bankowitz, on July 17, 2023 again.
by Attorney Hobson on January 1, 2024. Based on the Florida Supreme Court decisions in Middleton versus State, 220 Southern 3rd 1152 and 1176, Barlow v. State 221 Southern 3rd 562 and 569, there's a two-part test determining the need of experts. We're not going to be addressing that today as you've sought to file these other motions that I haven't had really the opportunity to address. And JCS is not here to have the opportunity to review those. In Roberts versus State, 75 Southern 3rd, 1277, and pinpoint 1281, by the Florida 4th DCA in 2011, citing to Lawson v. State, 884 Southern 2nd, 540, also by the Florida 4th DCA in 2004. In that case, defendant Ramos changed his defense counsel at least 4 times while this case was pending, with the latest change in counsel occurring 2 to 3 months before the actual trial date. There's no record evidence showing that any of Ramos's previous attorneys had provided ineffective assistance, and the defense had already moved for 4 continuances to prepare for trial. Similar to the Ramos case, Ms. Boone has played a prominent role in shortening the preparation time for trial, as set forth in the court's June 28th order. This case has already been continued 16 times. As of the date of your filing of your notice of appearance on August 30th, this case has been pending for 4 years, 6 months, and 4 days. On June 7th, this case was specifically set for trial on October 7th, and the June 28th order by the court specifically speaks for itself and evidences how Ms. Boone played a prominent role in shortening the time for preparation for trial of her 8th attorney, Ms. Cashman Giroux. Ms. Boone reached the point where her right to adequate time for preparation of trial is counterbalanced by the right to the effective administration of justice. As of August 30th, when the notice of appearance was filed, there were 37 days until trial commencing in this matter. Considering the prejudice of the denial, Ms. Boone has already availed herself to 4 different attorneys that were not conflicted out. Padilla, Banquets, Hospital.
Thank you so much, Leslie. I do appreciate you very much for the super sticker. God bless. We appreciate you being part of the community, and God bless so very much. Nice to have you here as always, Leslie. We appreciate you. Thank you again.
Cashman, and only has herself to blame for the withdrawal of those 4 attorneys based on the representations in those motions and the findings in the court's June 28th order. Discovery has been reviewed with Ms. Boone by prior counsels, as established by counsel's representations in various hearings, and prior counsel's motions for attorney's fees, all of which were filed in the month of August of 2024. Ms. Boone has had discovery in her possession since August 5, 2024. The digital discovery that the state seeks to admit at trial was provided to Ms. Boone on August 9. Although you are not court appointed, sir, the court's done its own research with regard to your expertise. You've been barred since October 15, 1986, with a duly elected public defender of the First Judicial Circuit in the state of Florida. From 2009 to 2012, you've tried over 100 cases to verdict throughout your career. You've met with Ms. Boone on 4 occasions, as outlined in your motion, not including the meeting that you had with Ms. Boone yesterday. As to the battered spouse syndrome defense, you still have time to file the appropriate notice in accordance with the rule. And considering all the factors as set forth in Turner v. State, 311 Southern 3rd, 185, and 10.189, Florida 2nd DCA 2020, your motion for continuance is denied. Matter, this trial is still set for October 7th. We will have pre-trial the 6th to 27th. Pre-trial in this matter, or trial case management will still be set for September 26th at 9 a.m.
Judge, a couple of things. Number one, I have a full practice. I've got a docket day this afternoon in Santa Rosa County for Circuit Judge Scott Duncan. I've got 12 clients that are pending. I've got other people covering it, but I do have a full docket. If we set some of these hearings involving my motions, could I be allowed to hear by Zoom?
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
The only request I would have, sir, is the rules of general practice require a notice regarding your appearance. If you could just file a motion and provide a form order, I'll sign it, and you can appear virtually. There's no reason for you to drive all the way down from Santa Rosa County for all these hearings, when we can appear virtually. JACS, I imagine, will be appearing virtually for some of these motions with regard to the experts. So as long as you file a notice in advance, sir, I've got no problems with that.
Judge, in that pre-trial order, it mentioned, I thought, that the state attorney was supposed to meet with the defendant and the defendant's investigator and review all the digital evidence from the order. That's the way I read it. They were supposed to sit there all together and watch every potential video exhibit the state was going to intend to introduce at trial. That has not happened. I think today was the deadline for that. I don't mind extending that because I'm going to need to look at the evidence.
With regard to the digital, the deadline, you are correct, sir. The deadline was today, based on the August 5 order. If it did not happen before then, as I outlined at the beginning, there was a change to that process. A thumb drive was provided in open court to Mr. Lane on August 9. He then provided it to Ms. Boone, a thumb drive of the specific digital evidence that the state is seeking to admit at trial, based on the witness and exhibit list that was filed under seal on August 9. Ms. Boone had the opportunity to review that information at that time.
All right, I'm going to ask for more time for me to review the digital exhibits they intend to introduce. I don't know if they've been redacted. I don't know if they're the originals, but I'm going to need to look at that. You know, I went to the jail yesterday. I had to let them know in advance that I was coming. I believe my secretary had emailed them and said I wanted to bring in my laptop and my phone to view evidence and whatnot. I was not allowed to bring in my laptop and phone yesterday for 3.5 hours. So I didn't get done a lot of the things that I wanted to get done within that period of time. Probably would have stayed there a lot longer if I would have had that capability. So I would ask for some more time to be able to look, for me to look through the digital evidence as to what I assume is being redacted. I know some of the audio in terms of clients, comments my client made, comments the officers made, some of it is, in my opinion, improper to be presented before the jury. So I'd like some extra time to be able to do that.
State.
I'm not certain, is he asking for a continuance again? What is the extra time that he's seeking?
What is it you're asking for? Extra time to do what?
The way I understand the order, I'm looking at paragraph 4 of the scheduling order and notice of hearings that, Judge, you signed August the 5th. Paragraph 4, the state's digital evidence will be reviewed with the state's investigator, the defendant's investigator, no later than September 3rd, 2024. This evidence viewing can be done in advance of September 3rd deadline. The state shall provide the defendant USB drive with station. They never viewed it with my client in its entirety. As the order states, they were to do by today. So the state attorney has failed to comply with the court's order. I'm saying I haven't had a chance to view it either. Can we reset that deadline?
Give me a moment. On August 9th, Mr. Owens, we had a different hearing. And at that hearing, we addressed the digital discovery review. Mr. Lane was here. There was a USB provided in open court. And the August 9 order and notice of hearing identifies a change to that August 5 order. Specifically in paragraph 4, prison break investigations. By and through investigator Billy Lane shall take possession and custody of the USB jump drive, which contains the state's digital evidence, tendered in open court on August 9, 2024, and shall provide same to Major Malik X. Muhammad at the Orange County Jail today, August 9. Paragraph 6, prison break investigation shall file with court a notice reflecting that the discovery in the USB jump drive, which contains the state digital evidence, was provided to Major Malik X. Muhammad at the Orange County Jail, including the date and time of the transfer. Such a notice was provided by Mr. Lane and filed in the court file. It was discussed at that August 9th hearing as to the revising of the digital evidence schedule. Paragraph 8 states that on August 14th, 2024, 1:30 p.m. a hearing will be held, courtroom 12A, regarding defendant's review of USB jump drive, which contains the state's digital evidence. The defendant's August 7th letter to the court, provided to the court on August 9, and the media's participation in the physical evidence viewing on September 3, 2024, the pertinent case law is attached. On August 14th, we had a hearing, we discussed that, and we identified that she had the deadline until August 23rd to make any objections. Now, under the original scheduling order, which said this matters, which on August 5, which set the schedule for when there would be deadlines for objections, those would be extended by good cause shown. Are you seeking at this point in time to extend the deadline for a period for objections which has since expired?
Yes.
Okay, state?
No.
Okay. How much time would you like, sir, in order to review the state's digital evidence that it seeks to admit into evidence and tender any objections?
I've got to go live. Jump drive. I've got to take it down to his office. He's going to give me that evidence. Obviously, I need to review it with my client. I've got a flight out of here around, I think, 4 o'clock. I don't know if I can get it done by then, but I don't see the necessity of an issue, maybe a week prior to trial. Whatever that is, a week prior to that Monday, October the 7th, the week prior.
State?
I'm going to be amenable to setting a status hearing that week.
Here's what we're going to do. We'll address any objections to any of the discovery when we have trial case management on the 26th.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Anything else, Attorney Jones?
Give me 1 minute.
Sure. State, anything else?
Not this time, Your Honor.
Madam Clerk is going to work beautifully to, it's already done? Excellent. I'll have Ms. Barrios, my judicial assistant, forward these to JCS and see if we can coordinate a hearing. State will have till close of business September 10th to file responses to motion for statement of particulars and motion for additional discovery. Parties have no other business before the court. You'll have a fabulous day.
Thank you, Judge.
Excellent.
Can I have a word with Sarah?
Absolutely.
Why do they shut the volume down on this? I don't understand that. Hey, Siggy. Welcome, dear. Wade Wilson got a... Really? Wow. There it is, folks. There's the motion hearing. So this is crazy. Unreal. Let me see something I might have missed. Hold on. I missed something. Let me play. I just want to play the end of this again. Sorry, guys.
Can we reset that deadline?
Give me a moment. On August 9th, Mr. Owens, we had a different hearing. And at that hearing, we addressed the digital discovery review. Mr. Lang was here. There was a USB provided in open court. And the August 9 order and notice of hearing identifies a change to that August 5 order. Specifically in paragraph 4, prison break investigations by and through investigator Billy Lane shall take possession and custody of the USB jump drive,
Thank you.
which contains the state digital evidence, tendered in open court on August 9, 2024, and shall provide same to Major Malik X. Muhammad at the Orange County Jail today, August 9. Paragraph 6, prison break investigation shall file with court a notice reflecting that the discovery in the USB jump drive, which contains the state digital evidence, was provided to Major Malik X. Muhammad at the Orange County Jail according to the date and time of the transfer. Such a notice was provided by Mr. Lane and filed in the court file. It was discussed at that August 9 hearing as to the revising of the digital evidence schedule. Paragraph 8 states that on August 14th, 2024, 1:30 p.m. a hearing will be held, courtroom 12A, regarding defendant's review of USB jump drive, which contains the state's digital evidence. The defendant's August 7th letter to the court, provided to the court on August 9, and the media's participation in the physical evidence viewing on September 3, 2024, the pertinent case law is attached. On August 14th, we had a hearing, we discussed that, and we identified that she had the deadline until August 23rd to make any objections. Now, under the original scheduling order, which said this matters, which on August 5, which set the schedule for when there would be deadlines for objections, those would be extended by good cause shown. Are you seeking at this point in time to extend the deadline for a period for objections which has since expired?
Yes.
Okay, state?
No.
Okay. How much time would you like, sir, in order to review the state's digital evidence that it seeks to admit into evidence and tender any objections?
I've got to go buy jump drive. I've got to take it down to his office. He's going to give me that evidence. Obviously, I need to review it with my client. I've got a flight out of here around, I think, 4 o'clock. I don't know if I can get it done by then, but I don't see the necessity of an issue, maybe a week prior to trial, whatever that is, a week prior to that Monday, October the 7th, the week prior.
State?
I'm going to be amenable to setting a status hearing that week.
Here's what we're going to do. We'll address any objections to any of the discovery when we have trial case management on the 26th.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Anything else, Attorney Jones?
Give me 1 minute.
Sure.
That's
State, anything else?
not this time, Your Honor.
Madam Clerk, going to work dutifully to, it's already done? Excellent. I'll have Ms. Barrios, my judicial assistant, forward these to JAC and see if we can coordinate a hearing. State will have till close of business September 10th to file responses to motion for statement of particulars and motion for additional discovery. Parties have no business before the court. You'll have a fabulous day.
Thank you, Judge.
Thanks, sir.
Can I have a word with Sarah?
Absolutely.
Sorry, I was muted. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know the exact. I don't know this. I don't like this. She needs to be prosecuted to the full extent of the law, as far as I'm concerned, you guys. And that's that. There's nothing more to it. So, just saying. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. I don't know. But very, very much, Captain. She never stops with bullshit. That's fact. Never, ever, ever. So that's it for the hearing for today. Let me see here something real quick. I got something else I wanted to show you guys too from today. So I don't know if you guys caught it, but she denied the trial delay despite the new attorney, basically, is what they were saying. So hold on here. Where are we at here? Oh, and also she wanted the case thrown out over the delays that she caused herself. You guys, I mean, can you believe that? Okay. There will be a status hearing, yes, Gene, on September 26th. That's true. And there was one more thing they threw up in here. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? Oh, yeah, here we go. So this is James Owens, her new attorney, speaking out. Let's see what Mr. Owens has to say for Miss Sarah. No, is she considered content on the paranormal show? She probably should be, huh, Jenks? I think you're right, Cap. Maybe we can double it up over there or something. Yes, he did. I heard it. Miss Victoria said that's fact. Here we go, guys.
A woman accused of allowing her boyfriend to die in a suitcase was back in court today.
After going through nearly a dozen public defenders and looking like she would have to represent herself, a private defense attorney stepped up to take her case. News 6's Ezzy Castro is at the courthouse with more on how it went.
Sarah Boon's new lawyer, who is actually from the Panhandle, told us that he learned about her case through social media and even court TV. And today he did ask the judge for more time to prepare for her trial, but the judge said no.
Why this case?
Sarah Boon needed a lawyer. I mean, I can't imagine our system. The case is an aberration.
The new lawyer for Sarah Boon speaking to us for the first time after a hearing this morning at the Orange County Courthouse. James Owens says he will now represent her in trial next month, despite her going through nearly a dozen public defenders over the last few years. Boon is accused of leaving her boyfriend, George Torres, to die in a suitcase back in 2020.
Sarah's been sitting in jail for a while. She's looking for her day in court, and we all want justice to be served. You know, I'm a criminal defense lawyer. I've been doing it a long time.
Welcome, Molly. You're
The state has the
good.
burden of proof. They have to prove their case. I know there's some strong evidence in the case.
Last week, Owens filed a motion asking for a delay, saying he plans to use battered spouse syndrome as a defense and needs more time to prepare. But the judge denied his request for delay. He also asked to bring in a crime scene reconstruction specialist for Boone's trial.
That expert was not meeting with what Ms. Boone had desired or requested of that expert. This case has been pending for some time.
And the judge told the defense and also the state that they will discuss more during her pretrial hearing, which is set for the end of the month. However, her trial is set for October 7th. Outside the Orange County Courthouse, Ezzy Castro, and results.
So obviously the court and the judge are sick of her. She's done all this to herself. You're fine, Molly. Thank you for joining, hun. There's no way. I was so shocked. I thought the judge was going to give them the extension. They're done, guys. They're done playing games with her. She did this to herself. So I know on appeal, if she's convicted, on appeal, they're going to try to say that she didn't get a fair trial, blah, 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 so on and so forth. We've watched this unfold, guys, over the past 4 years. We know exactly what happened. We know exactly what she did. Everybody else in the world knows it too. I don't care what this attorney thinks he is. It is what it is. It's not going to happen. This judge is done with her bullshit, guys, period. It is pretty cut and dry, in my opinion, too, Virginia. Oh, what happened here? Oh, okay. Josie, good to see you tonight, dear. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're feeling good. At some point, the legal system has to consider George's family 100%. And George himself, or Jorge, I'm sorry. I don't want to be disrespectful to the decedent, but still, facts. That's facts, Sherry. That's absolute facts right there. At some point, they have to think about him and his family, period. It ain't just about Miss Sarah Boon, who gets everything she wants when she wants, and is manipulating the system as much as she possibly can. Sorry, but no, doesn't work that way. Does not work that way at all. Sorry.
C6.
But Dr. Brannon testified that a battered woman's experiences affect her perception.
So let's see what Sidebar has to say about the new attorney and what they think, because I know there's some stuff on here. This explains some things too, so let's check it out. Yes, it has definitely been dragged way too long, way too long.
Of imminent danger. And that's going to be a question in this case, whether or not Sarah Boon, at the time of her actions, was facing imminent danger.
The woman accused of zipping her boyfriend into a suitcase and leaving him to die during a deadly game of hide and seek has filed yet another motion with the court in Orange County, Florida. But this time she's hiring a lawyer instead of firing one. We're talking about the latest developments with Palm Beach County State Attorney Dave Ehrenberg. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Elizabeth Milner. We told you just last week that Boone had filed a motion to dismiss her case, saying her constitutional right to a speedy trial had been violated. That motion was denied. Boone was arrested for her boyfriend's heinous murder back in 2020. But 4 years later, her case is yet to go before a jury. Judges in Orange County, Florida say it's her own fault. Boone went through 8 different attorneys before the court ruled she would have to go pro se whether she liked it or not. Since that happened, Boone has done her best to represent herself in court filings as well as in person. Now it seems Boone will be getting some help. Before we talk about the specific motion filed Friday morning, just before the holiday weekend, and the latest hearing on Tuesday, I want to bring you up to speed on some background. In February of 2020, then 42-year-old Sarah Boon was at the home she shared in Winter Park, Florida with her boyfriend, Jorge Torres Jr. Boone told detectives that she and Jorge had been drinking and playing games like hide and seek when he got into the rolling suitcase. She claimed she forgot about him being in there and went to bed. When she woke up hours later, he was dead.
I didn't mean to leave him there. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You got up and walked away. How is that not intentionally leaving him there?
Because I'm looking at the hole, knowing that it's there. He'll get out and no harm. Because you don't.
And then he doesn't. But you don't go check on him. You say you're up for 30 minutes and he doesn't come up. You don't go down and check on him?
I'm in the bed.
But investigators found a video on Boone's phone that allegedly shows her taunting Jorge as he begs for help.
For everything you've done to me. So. For everything you've done to me. So. You.
Sarah.
You.
Sarah.
Stupid.
Sarah.
That's my name. Don't wear it up.
Stories like this one are obviously very tough, but they're important to tell. And part of the reason we're able to do so is from our great sponsors like Upside. And I want to take time to thank Upside for sponsoring this episode of Sidebar. So what's Upside? It's a free, yes, free app that gets you cash back on daily essentials like gas and groceries. During her interrogation, Boone told the detectives that Jorge was an alcoholic and had been abusive toward her. They both had arrests on their record for domestic violence incidents. In fact, a little more than a year before Jorge was found in the suitcase, the couple got into an argument after a night out drinking. Boone claimed Jorge dragged her up the stairs inside the home and kicked her in the face. But Jorge said he was going upstairs to get away from Boone when she started strangling him, so he kicked to get away. Deputies couldn't determine who the primary aggressor was, so they arrested both of them. Jorge was charged with domestic battery. Meanwhile, Sarah Boon was charged with aggravated battery by strangulation. Those charges were eventually dropped. Investigators charged Boone with second-degree murder in connection to Jorge's 2020 death, and she's been locked up in an Orange County jail ever since. Since her arrest, Sarah Boon has been in and out of court, with hearings and appearances being delayed or rescheduled or canceled altogether. And throughout it all, Boone has been unable to work with any one attorney for too long. She's written hundreds of pages worth of letters to the judge, often complaining about the attorneys assigned to her. Those attorneys who she has called snotty, liars, duds, and buffoons all requested to withdraw from her case. Because Boone was declared indigent, meaning she can't afford a private defense attorney, she's entitled to a public defender. But the judge says she was out of chances and that this seemed to be a ploy to delay the trial. After Boone filed a motion to dismiss just last week, the court received a defense motion for continuance. So I want to go through that motion right now with Palm Beach County State Attorney Dave Ehrenberg. Now, Dave, here's how the motion reads. The defendant is set for trial by jury on October 7, 2024. The defendant has just retained defense counsel, and a notice of appearance was filed on Friday, August 30th, 2024. 38 days remain before trial. Defense counsel has met with the defendant 4 times at the Orange County Jail, August 20th, 21st, 26th, and 27th. Then the notice of appearance lists her new defense counsel as James Owens. He's a criminal defense attorney with a law firm based out of Milton, Florida, hours away from Orange County. Now, Boone filed a motion on August 22nd looking for her case to be thrown out, but lists herself as the attorney. So it seems she met with Owens a couple of times, filed that motion, then met with Owens again, and let the court know she'd retained counsel after all. Now, Dave, we went from 8 different attorneys to pro se, now to attorney number 9. What are your thoughts on that portion of the motion and just your reaction in general to Sarah Boon actually getting an attorney now?
Well, it looks like her want ad paid off. She had a really unusual way of getting a lawyer. She did an ad in excellent penmanship, great calligraphy, good grammar. She said, "You want publicity with are you somewhat like adventuresome with a side of keen?" I'm paraphrasing, but the side of keen stuck out in my mind. And yet, yeah, she found a lawyer. And when the judge in this case said no more lawyers, what he meant was no more court-appointed lawyers. If you want to get some lawyer on your own who'll agree to do this, who's crazy enough to do this, go ahead. But the date for the trial is set, October 7th. Now she's saying, okay, I got a lawyer.
Look, you guys, that's her booking photo. She's even smirking in this photo like she knew what she did. Look at her. She's so cocky, so arrogant. I can't stand this woman. I'm sorry. I 100% believe that I'm right there with you, Siggy. This was 100% premeditated as far as I'm concerned. Look at her face, guys. Look at her face. Virginia says, my friend who is a lawyer switched from criminal law to civil law because he couldn't stand defending people like this and people that hurt children. 100%, bro. I get it. I do. But yeah, Siggy, I agree. She knew exactly what she did, what she was doing. I do believe, and I believe it was premeditated wholeheartedly. That smirk on her face says it all as far as I'm concerned.
I'm probably going to ask the court to pay for it at some point. But right now, I've got the lawyer on my own, and the lawyer needs time to prepare. Let's move it from October 7th.
And Dave, I want to continue reading this motion for you. It goes on to state, during these meetings, the defendant disclosed potential exculpatory evidence on her phone in the possession of the Orange County Sheriff's Office. Evidence includes photographs, videotapes, calendars, text messages, notes, and witness names and numbers. This evidence will potentially corroborate her anticipated battered spouse syndrome defense. Now, before we go on to the next part, what are your thoughts about the battered spouse syndrome defense?
I think it's smart to go there because there are really only 2 people who know exactly the extent of their relationship, and one of them is dead. So she'll get on the stand and she'll say that he was abusive. And yes, they were drunk that night, but she was in fear of her life from this guy. And could it sway a juror or 2? I mean, possibly, but she's not walking free. The only issue here is whether or not she's convicted of murder. She's being charged with
not intentionally kill him. Not intentionally kill him. Not intentionally kill him.
Yep. I bet you didn't, Miss Sarah. I bet you didn't. Thanks, Molly. How many times have you guys heard that come out of her mouth, too? Crazy.
With murder here. And so that's why you have to have a requisite mental intent, the mens rea. If you can show that you were the victim of spousal abuse and you had battered spouse syndrome, then that could eliminate that requisite mens rea you need for a murder conviction, and it could become a manslaughter conviction. And that is her best defense. Not that she'll be acquitted of all charges, but that she could be found guilty of a lesser charge. I'm actually kind of surprised that she's going forward with this, because the sense I got from the other 8 lawyers who bailed on her was that she wanted, meaning Sarah Boon wanted, to claim she was not guilty. She was innocent in this, but the videos that she recorded herself show she's not. And I got the sense that the judge, the other lawyers wanted her to do this kind of defense. So to me, what's going to happen next is either she has capitulated after not getting a lawyer and said, okay, to the ninth lawyer, I'll listen to you for once, or this a combustible situation where she's going to force another lawyer to walk away, and then there's no way the judge gives her any forbearance for a 10th lawyer. That would be it.
And continuing with this motion, because of course it's pretty lengthy, it says, quote, undersigned counsel has spoken with numerous potential expert witnesses covering a range of possible defenses. Counsel is also actively vetting several additional experts from directives from interested parties. Now, it is the professional opinion of counsel that the retention of one or more of these experts and the development of the aforementioned defenses is a crucial and necessary component of the defendant receiving full and competent representation and due process under the law. Now, Dave, the defense says, I need more time to go over all of this and prepare a case. What's your reaction to this motion?
I think it's a sound motion. This is what a defense lawyer is supposed to do. It would be an easy motion, I think, to get approved by the court, to get granted by the court, if it wasn't the ninth lawyer and she hasn't been told previously that that's it. But he says he's got exculpatory evidence on her phone and he needs all this time. Now, the exculpatory evidence is apparently evidence that provides some proof that they had a combustible relationship, that there was battered spouse syndrome. It's not what you can normally consider exculpatory, meaning evidence that would acquit her, that would clear her. It would just, to me, just be evidence that would reduce the conviction from murder to manslaughter and allow her to get out of prison before she dies.
And so how do you think Sarah Boon was able to even retain counsel after all this time, especially if she was indigent and has no money, essentially?
Well, remember, she retained the first lawyer, according to reports, of the 8 prior lawyers. One of them was retained by her. So she has been adjudicated as indigent or ruled indigent by the court. And for the last 7 lawyers, she's had court-appointed lawyers, and the judge said no more. But yeah, maybe she, found some money under the cushions, or maybe there's money out there that she didn't have access to before that allowed her to hire this guy. Or maybe it was just the want ad she put out that attracted this lawyer who wants this national publicity and is willing to work for free for now, hoping that the court will approve for him to be paid by taxpayers. That can happen, where they sign on originally as, yeah, I'm going to be your lawyer, and then we'll petition the court for taxpayers to fund me. That is going to be an interesting question for this judge who said no more lawyers, whether or not he gets paid. But for some lawyers, it's the publicity that can get you more business out of this. He's a lawyer in Milton, Florida. That's outside Pensacola. It's a small community in Santa Rosa County, otherwise known as the Garden of Eden, Milton. I bet you didn't know that, Elizabeth. But he probably is thinking, this is the biggest high-profile case I'll ever have, and it could generate a lot of attention and business for me in the future.
And let's get into that help wanted ad. Back in June, when the court first ruled that Boone would have to represent herself and wouldn't be granted any more public defenders, she cast her net out to the general public. This help wanted ad is a part of Sarah Boone's court record. She drew it up herself, writing across the top, inmate seeking attorney, looking for a prosperous challenge, ready for your close-up on national television. Are you zealous with the side of keen? Show the world who you are with your original creativity, extraordinary expertise, and confident ingenuity. A list of required qualifications also came with that. Client inclusion at all times, extreme efficiency in listening, communicating, understanding, and maintaining faith in the client. And then at the very bottom, she wrote, invest in the oppressed, believe. Let's just kind of break that down a little bit. I mean, which is, to your point earlier, you did mention that this new lawyer that Sarah Boon now has will have.
Yeah, that looked like writing off of a children's book, you guys. This is ridiculous. I don't even know how the courts are allowing this shit, but okay.
National attention will be kind of in center stage a little bit when it comes to the trial that'll be happening just next month. But what are your thoughts on this help wanted ad? Do you think that when Sarah Boon wrote this up in her jail cell, that someone would actually answer the call?
No, I did not, considering she went through 8 other lawyers. It's like someone saying, "Hey, who wants to be my new boyfriend?" The other 8 others bailed on me in a short period of time. And yet you had, there's always a ninth who's ready to walk through that door. The one thing I'll say about that want ad, it was very well done. It was in like calligraphy. I mean, she writes very well. The zealous with a side of keen. That's the line that stuck out the most. And it attracted this lawyer. Now, I think it was more the national attention than the want ad itself, but the want ad got the national attention. So,
Yeah,
here's
I
someone
agree,
who's
SRB,
referring herself as the
100%.
oppressed. She is going to be a handful as a client, and I am not jealous of him that he gets to represent her, because who would want this situation? But really, I mean, there's nowhere to go but up, because no other lawyers wanted to represent her. It looks like they've got her dead to rights because she recorded her own crime. Just a matter of whether he can tolerate his client, because she seems to be so difficult that everything will be a fight. So if he can hang on and stay with her until the end of the trial, yeah, I do think he'll get some business out of this. He'll look like a saint.
And with Owens responding to that call, like you had just mentioned, she had gone through so many different attorneys to the point where I kind of feel like this has been unheard of in a way. But what are your thoughts on, say, for instance, Owens can't even work with Sarah Boon? You have a month until trial. Do you think it's possible that that could also happen?
He knew what he's getting into. I mean, there's no secret of Sarah Boon. I mean, she's clearly not all there. I mean, normal people don't, zipper their boyfriends into a suitcase and then laugh at them while they suffocate to death. And then afterwards, you lose 8 lawyers because of irreconcilable differences. They fire you to the point where the judge has had enough and said, you're going to trial regardless. So you put out this bizarre want ad, very well written, but bizarre. And so you know what you're getting into at this point. Anything can happen. You know also that she's locked up pre-trial. There are certain visiting hours. You can't just call her in the middle of the night and say, what's up? Let's talk about your case. You've got to work within these parameters. So it's going to be difficult, but the expectations are low. And my belief is the key to happiness in this world is low expectations. So maybe this guy is doing the right thing by stepping into this. It's going to be the most high-profile case I'll ever have.
And the motion continues to go on by saying the defendant has the right to be represented by counsel of her choice. The defendant attempted to solicit
I'm right there with you,
counsel
V. I
after
get
the
you,
court's
hon.
order
I agree
dated
with you
June
100%.
28th, 2024. The defense counsel responded to her advertisement and was retained. The defendant is not trying to delay the proceedings or abuse the process by retaining counsel at this late date. The defense certifies this motion is made in good faith. Now, Dave, let's just break down that part right there as well, too, especially the part of not trying to delay the proceedings or abuse the process. Do you think Sarah Boon has abused the system in a way?
Yes, because the Sixth Amendment right to a lawyer is not unlimited. You don't get to have issues with your lawyer, get fired from them over and over and over again, and just get unlimited delays. That's what she wanted. She just wanted to have an unlimited amount of lawyers, an unlimited.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see, definitely expecting to see witnesses speaking on Jorge's behalf that they probably have seen and heard her verbally, physically attack him many a times too. So just saying, it's probably going to come out. I'm pretty confident in the prosecution on this, that they're going to have a good case on her. And I can't wait to see the look on her face when they bring what they have. I really do. This case really, really bugs me a lot because of how confident she is, how arrogant she is, how ignorant she is, and how what's the word I'm looking for? Entitled. How entitled she is. This woman carries more entitlement than most any suspect I've ever seen, or defendant I've ever seen in many cases, guys. The entitlement makes me nuts. It's disgusting. Just saying.
Amount of delays. That's not how this works, because the people in the community, they have a right to have this trial go, and especially the victims' families have a right to have this trial go. The system does not subsist on defendants getting to choose the date of their trial, because if that were the case, then they would choose half past never. That's what she wanted. She wanted this trial never to happen. And eventually the judge said, enough. You've had 8 lawyers. We're not going to defer this any longer. We're not going to delay this any longer. And you're going to trial on October 7th.
And let's talk about Tuesday's hearing, where we heard for the first time from James Owens himself and the investigation he's doing into Boone's
Yes,
history.
Lamar.
I would like Billy Lane, who's seated in the audience. He is the investigator on the case. Because of the claims that we're making, that she's a battered woman.
Absolutely,
We need
Victoria.
evidence to corroborate that. So there's a lot of history between her and Mr. Torres involving the apartment complex, which is in Winter Park. That was 4 years ago. The ownership of that apartment complex has changed hands, so it's going to be somewhat problematic trying to get information about who all the tenants were that may have witnessed some of the violence involved in these two, as well as we're trying to get together the 911 calls that Sarah made and others made about the disturbances between that couple. So he's got a lot of work to do as it relates to running down witnesses. In addition, we're trying to get arrest reports the prior domestic violence arrest of Mr. Torres, as well as the officers involved and their body.
A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit.
A bullshit. That would show injuries to Miss Boone. So we've got a lot of work to do, but I believe it's necessary for us to prove a viable defense of battered spouse syndrome.
Again, Owens wanted to push back the trial start date so he'd have more time to gather information and go over all of it, but the judge denied that request.
All right, Mr. Owens, it seems like you've already started to dive into the case and what the court file has reflected. So clearly you've reviewed what is in the court file and the history of this case.
Yes.
I'm sure you've read the court's June 28th order, which was extensive as to the history of this case, multiple lawyers that Ms. Boone has gone through, the reasons for the non-conflicted out lawyers' basis for withdrawal, and why the court ultimately made a decision.
I am going to say one thing, you guys. I am fully, wholeheartedly, and always have been all about innocent till proven guilty. Okay? Everybody deserves a fair trial, in my opinion. This case is a little different to me. We clearly saw what happened. She videotaped it. It's out there in front. There's no question as to who did this, why it was done. The only question is was it premeditated or was it something that just happened in random? I think it's premeditated. That's me personally. That doesn't mean it is. That's just what I think. But this, in my opinion, is a cut and dry. It needs to be over trial. There's no question as to who did this. There's no question as to whether she did it or didn't do it or how she did it or any of that. That's a little bit different, okay, than what some of the other, like Idaho or Delphi or any of that other stuff. This, we know Sarah Boon did what she did. I'm very proud of this judge. Not that it matters, but that he denied that, because it's enough. It's enough. We've been dealing with this for years. This woman is getting a free room and board and food and everything else she's been wanted and needed and entitled to get, in her mind, handed to her on a silver platter. Bullshit. Bullshit. I'm done with that. It is time to get this moving. Good luck, Mr. Owens. You're kind of, I'm sorry to say, but you grabbed the wrong case, bro. He's going to get his notoriety out of this, for if nothing else, and his popularity out of it. That's going to happen. But guess what? Sarah, hun, sorry. I can't see any way now that I see how this judge is. You're screwed. You did what you did. You did the crime, do the time, hun. Be done with it. Move on. That's all there is to it that I can say. And God bless Jorge. I feel so bad for his family that they've had to wait on this to get any kind of justice for him. It's horrible. So the more she does, the more she talks, the more I dislike her, guys, is all I can say.
That Ms. Boone had forfeited her right to court-appointed counsel by her actions, or alternatively waived her right to court-appointed counsel by virtue of her actions. This case has been pending for some time. You advised in your motion to continue that you met with Ms. Boone on 4 different occasions, that you just met with her yesterday for 2.5 hours,
You were aware of what the order identified, which was in paragraph 6 of the order and adjudged portion that trial specially set for October 7th, 2024, and that would not continue for any reason, have such extraordinarily good cause. And such extraordinarily good cause would not include the retention of counsel. You haven't been appointed in this case. When you undertook this assignment, you undertook this assignment.
See, she came in with that grin, that smile, that flirty little shit she was doing, looking at him like, we got this. Knowing, thinking it was going to get extended again. And sorry, little Sarah, but nope, didn't happen. And I'm glad. I am glad. October 7th it is. Right, Siggy.
Assignment, knowing that you were not being appointed and that by your own representation, you're doing this free of charge on a pro bono basis and not seeking recompensation for any lodging or travel. You knew what the deadlines were for the court. This case has already been continued 16 times. As of the date of your filing of your notice of appearance on August 30th, this case has been pending for 4 years, 6 months, and 4 days. On June 7th, this case was specifically set for trial on October 7th, and the June 28th order by the court specifically speaks for itself and evidences how Ms. Boone played a prominent role in shortening the time for preparation for trial when her 8th attorney, Ms. Cashman, withdrew. Ms. Boone reached the point where her right to adequate time for preparation of trial is counterbalanced by the right to the effective administration of justice. In considering all the factors as set forth in Turner v. State, 311, 7th, 3rd, 185, and 189, Florida 2nd, DCA 2020, your motion for continuance is denied. Matter, this trial is still set for October 7th.
Now, Dave, do you think that Sarah Boone's attorney should have been given more time to prepare for trial since it's starting just next month?
As a prosecutor, I'm glad it's going. Justice delayed is justice denied. She's had so many other delays. And the Sixth Amendment right to a lawyer is not absolute. You don't get unlimited delays because the people and victims' families have a right to get this thing done. But on the other hand, I worry that since her latest request for a delay was denied, that there's now a chance that a conviction could be overturned on appeal based on a violation of the Sixth Amendment. Generally, courts will defer to the defendant on Sixth Amendment questions. So I hope that this is not fatal to a future conviction. So I think if I were the judge, I probably would have granted one more extension just to be sure, even though you said previously you would not do it again. I do understand, though, why the judge would be frustrated. I mean, this is all because of Sarah Boone's own doing, because of her intransigence. She was unable to get along with her lawyers. That's why they kept having irreconcilable differences and kept firing her. So she only has to look in the mirror, which she won't because she blames everyone else for all of her problems. But this means that this case will be a lot tougher for her new lawyer than he expected because he's got to get ready for October 7th. And it's not easy when you have a client like this in a situation like this where she's behind bars, where you don't have 24/7 access to her. So good luck to him. But, you know, he took this job because of that one ad where he was zealous with the side of Keene.
And I'll bet you guys she has an attitude with this attorney now. I bet you she does. I can almost guarantee you she's got an attitude with him now because he couldn't get this accomplished. And it's now going to happen. She has nothing that's going to hold her back now. There's nothing protecting her from going to trial on this. It's got to happen. And she's probably angry with him now. I promise you she is. Anytime something doesn't go little Miss Sarah's way, when she has her hearings, guess what? She gets rid of her attorney. I wouldn't be surprised if he is gone before the actual trial starts. I'm not going to say that that's going to happen, but I'm going to say that I won't be surprised if she fires him before the trial and then says that she needs to and tries to get an extension for herself, but it ain't going to happen. That's the thing I'm enjoying about this. This judge is done, period. Completely done. And I don't blame him. They should have been done with this 3 years ago, you guys. We're going on 5 years. This is disgusting. It's just the law. They have bent and broke and twisted the law in any different way they can for this woman. She don't care. She don't care. It's all about her and nothing but her. Well, we're about to see. I wish Joey Jackson was still around and a guest. He was cool and always spot on. Gotcha. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting to see what she does with this guy. I'm being honest with you. I have a feeling that if he does not provide what she's expecting, because she expects ridiculous things. We all know that. Okay. If she doesn't provide that, she's going to say, no, you're not going to work. And she's going to put her ad back up thinking she can get another attorney before this. No, you're going down, girly girl. And I have a feeling she's going to be defending herself. If not in the beginning of the trial, somewhere within the middle of it or something, she'll be defending herself. That's just an opinion I have. Is he still Victoria? Gotcha. I'll have to look it up.
And Dave, with Boone's trial still slated for just next month, what are your thoughts on what the trial could actually look like? And do you see any potential issues seating a jury in this trial because of the media coverage that's gone on so far?
I don't see any real issues seating a jury. I've had high-profile cases in my jurisdiction, and even in the most high-profile cases, you can always find a jury. You don't need a jury to be a blank slate. They can hear things about the case. They can even have formed opinions. The big question is, can they set them all aside? Can they just follow the evidence and the law? Can they set aside their biases, all the things that they know, and just focus on what's in front of them? And so, yes, you can get a jury in just about any case, including this one. I think the biggest challenge for prosecutors is to establish the requisite mental intent for murder as opposed to a lesser count of manslaughter, because she does have a legitimate claim that she was blasted drunk, the two of them. And so, yeah, that could eliminate one of the elements of murder where you intentionally tried to kill someone. It could have been just a drunken episode, also involving someone who she was in fear of. That's where the battered spouse syndrome comes into play. So she's not walking free from this. She will be convicted of something. The question is, will it be murder or manslaughter? For the prosecutors, they want the top penalty and don't want her to get out of prison anytime soon.
And Sarah Boone's a very animated character. We've seen from hearings, she makes a lot of faces at the judge. Obviously, she's gone through several different attorneys to the point where they argue, obviously, that she's hard to work with. What are your thoughts on kind of how her demeanor will be and how it'll play in front of a jury once the jury is seated and once this case goes to trial?
Jurors notice everything. And so if she's going to act the fool at her trial, then she'll be punished for that. I know there are some who may say, well, she'll act like the crazy person she is, and maybe that will help her with the jury. No, the jury doesn't like to reward people who are ruled mentally capable of attending the trial, who are not claiming an insanity defense, but just are off. I mean, normal people don't commit this kind of crime. Normal people don't zipper their boyfriends up in a suitcase and laugh while they die. And so, of course, she's going to be unusual and weird. And that will work against her, because when she says, no, I'm actually quite normal, but I was just drunk at that time, they'll be like, nah, this is who you really are. What we saw in that video is really who you are. And I'd be scared to have you back on the streets. So if she acts up, she'll be doing so against her lawyer's instructions, and it will hurt her in the end.
And that suitcase video that we've all seen very much, coupled with her interrogation where she denied, even swore on her son's life that she had nothing to do with Jorge Torres's death. What are your thoughts on how that'll even play in front of a jury?
Oh, yeah. Those videos where she's lying about her involvement, where she denied it from beginning to end. She's been denying this until they found those videos on her phone. That is devastating against her. That's really bad, because people hate murderers, but they also hate liars. And as opposed to someone who just felt really bad about it, was an accident. No, she's trying to cover it up. So that shows a lot of things about her and her character, her mens rea at the time. And I think that will be a big part of the prosecution's case. You know, her best defense is just to take the stand and say how regretful she was and how drunk she was, and this something got out of hand, and just hope for a lesser verdict. But it seems like she wants to claim her innocence. That's a reason, according to reports, that other lawyers dropped her as a client. They knew that there'd be no chance of an acquittal on all the charges once that video was shown to the jury. But she seems to be living in an alternate universe, and that's why good for her that she found a lawyer who either she has finally agreed to listen to, or is going to allow her to testify as part of this alternate universe, which will surely lead to a guilty verdict.
All right, Dave Ehrenberg, always a pleasure to have you on, especially here on Sidebar. We really appreciate your time. Before we sign you off, is there anything else about this case you would like to add?
No, it's just another Florida case. And, as a Floridian, as a fellow Florida man, I call myself the Florida lawman. You just roll your eyes when you see a case like this in Florida shown to the world.
All right, Dave Ehrenberg, again, thank you so much for your time today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
For now, it seems Sarah Boon's trial is still scheduled to start October 7th. Of course, we'll keep you posted and updated right here on Law and Crime and right here on Sidebar. But for now, that's all the time we have on this episode of Sidebar. You can check out more episodes and subscribe to us anywhere you listen to your podcasts, whether it's Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or YouTube. I'm Elizabeth Milner, and this has been Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime.
There it is. Hey, Callie, good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. And yeah, I agree. Her child, that's sad. Very sad, very sad, very sad. But that's the hearing from today. That's where we're standing. Thank God that judge did not grant an extension, as we all know. And thank God it's going forward when it's supposed to. That is a good idea. Great idea, actually. Great to see you, Callie. Thank you for joining us. So we've only got 25 people left in here now. Everybody must have bolted. Sorry, guys. No worries. Oops, sorry. Let's see here. Guys, give me one second. I'll be right back with you. Sorry. Alrighty. Let's see here. Where am I at, guys? Hold on. You gotta wonder, Cap. You gotta wonder. Let's see here. So this coming week, within the next couple of days, I'm gonna be running a show about Ohio prisons, guys. It's coming up here soon. It might be during the day tomorrow, actually. I'll see what I can do to make it happen. Now, tomorrow night, I'm going to give you guys some warning here for those of you that are here that will be come back here. I should say. This is forewarning. Tomorrow night, I'm going to be running a show that's going to have a little drama involved in it, okay? As some of you know, I have been, how can I put it? Attacked again, I guess we could say, just as I have been before in the past for the same stupid things that I proved once before that weren't true. And that's okay. That's okay. Some people just are miserable or just don't like other people for whatever and take things and miss whatever you want to call it. I don't care. So tomorrow I will be here tomorrow evening roughly around 8 p.m. I'll have it posted for you guys. And I'll be explaining all of this stuff that has been put out there about me and spoken about me. And once again, doing it again. I've done this a couple times already, and I don't mind doing it again for all of you. Putting the truth out and taking the truth that's been twisted and straightening it back out and telling it to you guys is what I'll be doing. So that will be tomorrow evening. Oh yeah, I got you, SRB. I knew, hon. Anyway, so that's gonna happen. I'll have a guest or two joining me. And it'll clear up some of the bullshit, I guess I could say, that's being put out there. If you need to. Oh, yes, absolutely, Siggy. In a situation like that, she had that choice, and she chose to go back every time. To blame it on him, I can't sit with that. I'm just not okay with that, you know. Now, I know there are circumstances where there's been women in a bad situation where they couldn't leave. This was not that type of situation, though. That's all I'm saying. Hey, Mystic, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. So, but anyway, tomorrow night is going to be a little different show than what I typically run. Like I said, I'm going to be speaking on some things that have been put out. V, you've been here before. You've seen this happen. You know what I'm talking about. Quite a few of you have too. So I guess to say the very least, I'll be here defending a situation once again. And I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry that it comes to that all the time, but it is what it is, guys. It's part of what we do sometimes. And how can I say it? I owe at least that to you guys that are here. And that support me. I feel that way at least. So I will definitely get out, get in front of it and explain it all. And what everybody chooses at that point, that's up to them. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, it's okay, Siggy. It's okay, no worries. But I will definitely do it. Like I said, I have a guest that's going to be joining me. That's been with me from my very first day on YouTube. Was my very first subscriber and my very first moderator, actually. Good friend of mine, very good person. And he can help to explain some of the things that have been put out there recently and the bullshit behind it all and the garbage behind it all. It's sad to see that people believe these things. But yeah, it is. I know, V, and I appreciate that. I wish other people would look at that for what it is instead of believing certain things and running with it and making it into a bunch of bullshit to try to tear me apart, to try to hurt me, and so on and so forth. Because it's really what it is for whatever reasons. I don't know. I don't care. It kind of is brutally, kind of, yes. And I know that, V. I know you're not. I know you've been through this before, seen me go through this before. It is what it is, guys. I'm used to it. So, well, thank you, brutally, very much. I hope hopefully once you see and hear all this stuff, maybe you'll change your mind. If you do, I understand. I'm not angry with anybody. I won't be. You're okay, Josie. No worries. No worries at all. There's a lot of garbage being put out about me. Is what it is. One of the main things is that I'm a grifter and I'm taking advantage of people, and making them feel bad for me and so that they'll give me money. That's never been an intention I've had, guys. Never. I do the same thing other creators do by putting up cash links. People send super chats, whatever. Yes, last month I had a whole big thing happen to me where I almost lost my home. I wasn't even going to talk about it. It'll be 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Siggy. Around 8 o'clock, I should say. Eastern time. Sorry, hun. So anyway, and a lot of the community helped me to save that situation. I'm beyond grateful with it. And there were other people that sent me to help me with food and stuff like that, so on and so forth. So I'm your computer husband. Okay. Sounds good, Tomboy. But anybody, I'll be re-explaining that again. As you can tell, I'm not running any cash links. I'm not running any of that stuff just to prove to people that that's not why I'm here. Because I don't need. I mean, don't take me wrong. It's very much appreciated when it has been donated because it does help me out. Okay, but that's not all I care about. Nobody has to pay to come in here. Nobody has to do any of that, and they never will. If I don't ever run those cash links again, I won't. I don't have to. It's fine. It is what it is. I'll survive. Okay. Of course, when I first came out here, I came out on the other side in another part of YouTube, which was just nothing but drama, where I was standing up against bullies and all that other crap like that. And those people, because of what I did, came after me multiple different ways and made things up and invented things and created drama to try to tear me apart, to shut me up, and it didn't. So that's what's going to be joining me tomorrow night, is some proof about all that stuff, since stupid people want to believe stupid things. Okay. I'm sorry to say that like that, but that's what it's turned into. You know, people that I've trusted, people that I've respected, people that I have given everything I have to to those people to help them, or even though they don't want my help now, but just to support them, I should say, and respect them. Now I'm getting basically virtually slapped in the face because of whatever they think. Now, that's not everybody. Don't take it as everybody. I think some people have been misinformed, sadly, which could be where their mind takes them. And that happens out here. If you don't know somebody, you don't know, you guys don't know me personally. And I don't know you personally, but we know each other because of the time we spend with each other. I have nothing to lie about or to be shady about or any of that. I've always been real and spoke about what is going on in my life, period. A lot of it I do in my Discord with my own people, you know, my team and stuff like that, and it ends up getting out, and then this happens, that happens. But I've been through this before. It's the same old. There was a Detective John that tried to do this to me, and I proved that was bullshit. On the other platform I was on, I proved that was bullshit, and I'll be doing that tomorrow night again, and showing the truth about those things and who that person was and stuff like that. So the fact that people have not been here, they've left here. I'm sorry that you believe those things. Obviously, you don't know me the way you think you do if you're going to believe something like that. I have showed my own people my financial records. I've showed what I make through here. I've showed everything I spoke about, losing my house. I showed the documents that told me I was going to lose my house. I've showed all that stuff. I have no qualms with doing that. I shouldn't have to do that, but again, I've showed it just because. And listen, guys, in the end, I want this to be known. It's nobody's problem out here what goes on in my real life. It's really not. And that was never the intention that I had, to make it anybody's problem. People have been very gracious and sorry guys, I have really bad stomach problems tonight. Very gracious and very I can't think of the right word, but I'll just go with gracious. Very gracious towards me in that sense. And really have helped me. There was a statement made that my community paid every bill in my home last month. That's not true at all. One of the reasons why I got into the situation with my home is because I got slammed with an electric bill that I had no idea was coming to me, and I couldn't go without electric. So that's why that happened that way. But I have receipts for everything that I paid myself. I did get stuck in a couple situations. I did ask somebody to borrow some money that I thought was a friend. not a whole lot, just enough to get something at one point with the intentions of paying it back, which I did try to do, and it kicked back. But guess what happened? I was hacked, and I showed proof of that as well for my entire YouTube income, which was $900 and some dollars. So I couldn't pay the money back. So I never lied about anything. I just couldn't do it. I tried to, but it didn't take it because I had no money there. And also there was that same person I had given me a little like 20 some dollars to, that was supposed to go back. I don't have any money right now because they have not given it back yet because I got hacked somehow, which again, I showed proof of that too. The documentation for the dispute for it, I showed the charges that happened, all of this stuff, guys, I showed. Absolutely, FARQ. I understand that. And that's why I'm telling you guys ahead of time. That way you have a choice to not be here if you don't want to. I just feel like I need to explain myself and get in front of that so that people don't think I'm what these people are trying to make me be. That's all. I'm really not. I am a good person. I know I am. My heart is bigger than me. I care about everybody in here and then some. I always have. And I've done all these things for other people, by the way, just so everybody knows. I have handed money out to other people multiple times when I could to help other people. It's not like I'm just sitting here going, gimme, because I'm not. Okay. There's people that come in here that are in here that will tell you that I've done that. I never expected anybody to do what they did for me. I never wanted to ask anybody for anything. I didn't really. I wouldn't ask for anything, but people have told me your community loves you. They care for you. They will help you if they know that you have a problem. And I believed in that. And they did. They did. But now it's being thrown back on my face. So, okay, that's fine. There are some very miserable people, I should put. Maybe, I don't know how to state this. Yeah. Miserable, unhappy people that I guess don't see things for what they are and they're seeing it for what they want. So that's all I can say. But I just wanted to give a heads up. They go, I won't be here if you are doing explanations of what is going on. I don't know. I don't want to know. Okay. It's fine, ParkU. I do understand. And that's why I'm giving you guys a heads up. Like I said, that way you don't have to be. And I don't want to dramatize or traumatize anybody with drama for that. So this is a job, a platform to earn money by providing a service. It's called entertainment media. You don't owe any explanation. I know that's sus. Thank you so much. Guys, you have no idea how much I appreciate the support already, okay? And that's fact. It really is. But there are people that don't believe that. There are people that want to break me down, to hurt me, to tear me apart, to take me down so that I don't exist out here anymore. It's fact. I get it, okay? And that's okay. Not everybody's going to like me. I'm not naive enough to know that. So be it. But I want to continue to be here for all of you and for myself, guys. This is for me too. And not even financially. It's not even all financially at all. This gets my head right. This keeps me doing it keeps me, how can I say it? I don't even know how to explain it. It keeps me sane. Let me say it that way. It keeps me sane. Okay. With real day, everyday life, everybody has problems in their life. We all know that. I have my own problems as well that I will no longer be expressing to anybody because I guess that's wrong. I didn't think it was. I thought being real with everyone made me real with you guys. And it wasn't just a character I was putting on, but that's the wrong way to do things because people take it the wrong way, I guess. So I won't be putting myself out there that way anymore. So now I have to do this to explain these things away and explain why these things have been stated or put out there. I don't mind doing that because I know who I am, like I said, and I know that I'm not what I'm being made out to be. That's all that's important to me. Yeah, that's what I've gathered now. Apparently being real gets you screwed over on. Yes, you can't. You can't be real because then you're taking advantage of somebody. So I feel like the more you explain, the more you have to continuously support. Well, in some senses, Callie, you're right. You are. Some of the things that were put out are so stupid, though. I mean, so blatantly stupid that I do have to. One thing involves my son, Caden, that I won't put up with. You're not going to talk about my child. You want to put my child into something, you're going to get me in your face. Just telling you. You don't put that child in anything that has anything to do with this, or you're going to have a problem from me, period. I'll do anything for him, but when his name comes up, you're done. We're done. That's it. That's when I get pissed. So, and I've taken a bunch of shit, you guys. I don't mind it. I'm a pretty laid back person. Don't ever, this is a factual warning to anybody. Don't ever put my son's name or my wife's name in your mouth, or you're going to deal with something that you don't want to see. That's all I got to say. I'm a very caring and loving person. Unfortunately, to a fault at times. Don't fuck with my family is all I'm saying. And I'm going to say I'm sorry for my language, but I'm not. That's all. Because yes, I can take it all, guys. I can take it all. That is a mistake to do that. I'm sorry. That's all I'm saying. And I'm sorry that you guys have to hear this. I'm sorry that you guys have to hear what you're going to hear tomorrow. And again, guys, even when this kind of stuff happens, I don't like to go at people. I don't. Guys, when have you ever seen me drag somebody through anything? Even when they've come at me, have I ever dragged anybody? I don't. I just don't, guys. I'm not that person because I like people too much. I don't like hurting people's feelings. That's another thing, guys. It drives me nuts. Thank you, B. I appreciate you very much. And it's all bullshit. Okay, it really is all bullshit. And part of this is perception. Okay, you can see things how you want to see things, but rather than calling it what you're going to call it, why don't you talk to the source and find out what the truth might be? People can't do that. They like to run with the dramatized bullshit, and it's fun. That's what's happened to the true crime platform anyway, because it's drama. You know, people come out that say, I don't do drama. We don't do drama, and they're doing drama. What are you going to do? So. I think no, it didn't have anything to do with that brutally. It was other stuff that's more personal. Yeah, and I'm not saying that I agree if Chris is saying that he thinks that the Proudfoots did something. I don't agree with that. I clearly said that. All I'm saying is that I like the way that he projected or he presented the video that he did about the lights. I'm not saying I'm putting anybody in that specifically. Okay. But I also have said that I don't believe that Seth or the Proudfoots were cleared in any sense because they haven't been. So I'm not clearing them either. That's all I said. So, you know, it's nothing like that, but that's all. Thank you, Zelda. Says, thank you for all your support in this. We are more than the blue team for Dago. We are family. This community is a huge extended family. Yes, very much so. Excuse me. Hello, Demon. Holy cow, someone stepped away out of line for Dago to lose his cooler. I walked in. Kinda. It's all. But thank you, Demon. And I'll set my record straight tomorrow. That's all. people want to do what they're doing, they can do what they're doing. There are legal aspects to this too that I've already looked at. I've done it before, guys. I've been involved in these situations and I've had to look at the legal aspects of it. So that I've already touched on already. That's what I was doing earlier this morning today. That's there as well. And that's already put into motion per se. Yes, Mystic, you don't ever put people's families into anything because I would never do something like that. Thank you, Stas. I hope that it can stay that way. That's part of the problem. I hope it can stay that way. And the sad part is that there's so many people that I thought were good people that are just out here blatantly lying about me now, telling ridiculous stories, making up things, people that told me that they love me and they care for me and this and that and all this. And, you know, a 24-hour period, they hate me and I'm this and I'm that. And it's like, what is wrong with you? People don't need, just because I'm quiet, you don't want to make the wrong mistakes with me is all I'm saying. I'm a lot smarter than people think I am. And I have people behind me that nobody knows about. That's all. That's all I'm saying. So it is what it is. Virginia, thank you. SRB. I've seen other times this junk comes up. I know Dago's a good guy. I've been watching a long time. Dago being a very good guy is part of why and I thank you for that, Virginia, very much so. Very much so. Yeah, there won't be. And once this is handled, guys, it's gone. I don't stick on this drama bullshit. I won't. There's enough of it out there. There really is. I want to get out in front, speak my piece on what it is, tell my story, move on and go back to doing true crime like I need to. That's all there is to it. Right, V. Absolutely. Well, V, I hope they do too. I promise you. I'm just going to put my side of it out and move on. That's all. It wasn't dog, Cap. I promise you it wasn't dog. Thank you very much, Bruley. I do appreciate you and appreciate that very much as well. That is true too. That is absolutely true, Virginia. People like you and V Slims and Sunshine and all of you that make this community what it is. Okay. People that can see through the bullshit, that can support what they make their own decisions and support what they want to. And not see things for what other people want it to be. And nobody wants to do this stuff. I hate this, guys. I absolutely hate this, but I can't just sit here and let this happen. You know what I mean? I can't just sit here and allow for this to happen. I'm sorry. Normally, I wouldn't say a word, but when you throw my family or my child, my wife into a situation, we have a huge problem. That's all, because they're not involved in this. They don't do this. I mean, Caden and I bring him in for good stuff, you know, fun stuff that for him, because he enjoys it. But he doesn't enjoy it when people are attacking his family, his father, himself, his things going on around here, affecting the channel, which is my livelihood, because this is my job, folks. I get paid from YouTube to do what I do. So when people know that, so they purposely want to disturb what I'm doing and take away from what I'm doing so that I don't get that anymore. Okay. Sorry. You know, but I'm not in here taking advantage of anybody. Nobody. I wouldn't. I absolutely wouldn't. I couldn't live with myself if that's what I was doing. That's a fact. And whoever doesn't believe me about it, I don't care, but those are facts, guys. That's all I'm saying. And I gotta say, guys, you have no idea how much I appreciate the support that I get from you, the love that is shown from you guys, and the caring that you guys show. Like I said, guys, I don't expect anybody, nor will I don't want anybody to send me a dime. Okay, I'm not dropping any of that link shit anymore. None of it. I don't need to. the support that I need is having people in here. That's all that matters to me. So none of that'll be there anymore. Just to prove the point that that's not why I'm doing this. Okay, I'm not making anything on that very much anyway. But I don't want any of it. If that's how people are going to look at me, I don't want any of it. That's all I'm saying. So, thank you, FarQ. I understand. I appreciate that very much. I've been through this before in a couple different forms, and it's the same type thing every time. It's sad, miserable people that either misinterpret something, are misinformed about something, dislike somebody because of the way they do something, disagree with the way somebody approaches something or handles a situation out here. Maybe somebody aggravates that person because they don't agree with how they're doing their show or something, and our people are just like, that's it, I'm done. He's not going to do this anymore. I'll make sure of it. And it happens, you guys. Sadly, it does. It happens every day. I would never, nor could I ever do something like that to somebody, but it is what it is. Welcome back, Nina. You don't have to apologize. It's not your fault. It's okay. The thing about this whole thing that sucks the most or hurts the most about this, I'll be honest with you, is it's people that do this to you that you trust or trusted. And it not just overnight. Some of these people that do this are been around you for a couple years, you know. That's the hard part. The people that you respect, that you would do anything for, you know, that you would stand out in front of a bus if you knew it was going to help that person, just saying yes. You know, and then this is what happens. And it blows your mind. And I don't even know how to explain it. It's crazy. Oh, I know that, V. I know that. Believe me with you, I know that. Absolutely. Absolutely. There's some amazing people that are part of this community. I'm telling you, we don't see them all every day. And there have been some that have left due to other circumstances because I've tried to change things, because I didn't support certain things, because I just try to do the right thing. So it is what it is. Excuse me. Thank you, Moon Lover. I hope you do, and I appreciate that you do. And I thank you for that too, Kim. And like I said, tomorrow, the answers to the questions that anybody has towards all of the crap that's being put out will be put out. I'll be joined, like I said, by my friend Faux Popper. Maybe a few others. I don't know. But they're going to help me explain certain situations. And it's going to sound better coming from more than one person, because I could say anything to you guys. You don't know. You know what I mean? You don't know what went on over in that genre over there when I was over there. None of that kind of stuff. So I have that to show proof of different things too. So that's okay. That is okay. And again, Kim, I appreciate you. And that goes for all of you guys that come in here. I really do. No matter what is going on, I can always count on so many certain people that will show up, period. And that is amazing to me. Completely amazing to me. It means the world, guys. Means the world. Let me see. That I appreciate too. Very much, Sus. SRB, thank you. Thank you, Demon Dog. I'm too mad to even. Oh, well, I hope you're not mad at me, Paula. I have to explain this. And tomorrow I'm going to explain it all, but I hope that that's not towards me. If it is, I'm so sorry if I upset you. Excuse me. Doodle, you're a mess. I love you. I love you to death. You know what? That's something that kind of irritates me too, Paula. Yeah, you know, if you step back and look at the way that's put out there, it makes the people in here look like they're just idiots. Like you guys can't figure things out on your own. You know, that's really sad. I hate that's part of it. I do. Thank you, Ray. That, other people have told me this as well. But at 10,000 subscribers, it means something. It does. I agree. It does. Oh, okay, Victoria. Well, I hope that ain't me. I know what you're saying now, Paula. Okay, I got you. B Slims, and that's important. We all have to have a life outside of YouTube and true crime. The people sitting back creating issues really need to go touch. That, I love the way you said that, SRB. Go touch grass every now and again. I love that. I'm going to use that. That would make a great t-shirt. I guess there's people complaining about the merchandising, the merch shop that we have, that they hate it, but they bought a bunch of stuff out of it. So that's weird to me. I don't understand that. Figure that one out. I don't know. Oh, I'm so sorry, hon. I forgot. Yeah, that guy. That's so sadistic and disgusting. Who would do that kind of a thing to a living, breathing creature? You know, unless that creature's hurting you somehow or something, you need to defend yourself against it. I don't understand that. That people are sick. It's sickening. I'm so sorry that happened to you again, Victoria. It's disgusting to me. My dad was a DC firefighter. My husband ran a tow truck business. I found it. You know, it's funny, Moon Lover. I used to drive a tow truck for a while. A long time ago, I did. I absolutely did. I lived in a very rural area, and a good friend of mine, his father ran a towing company, and they needed extra people here and there. So I would fill in, and I used to drive tow truck here and there, flatbed and a tow and a hook. So that's kind of funny. Very interesting. You're not playing into their games, so they want to make you look bad. That's part of it. Yes, brutally. Agreed. Funny to me how people can build themselves up off your shit tail and then go try to ruin you so they can grow. I've seen that happen, Paula. What really gets me is when you really go out of your way to help somebody because they're going through bad situations or having issues with what they're trying to do, and you try to help them, and then they turn on and smack you in the face. That's what blows my mind. I've done that to a lot. I've done that for a lot of people that have just slapped me in the face. I promise you, I probably won't do it again unless it's somebody that's in the blue crew here that's trying to grow a channel. Of course, I'm going to help them, every one of them. But sadly, it's ruined it for me that I won't do it again. You know, and of course, people, I don't want your help. I don't want. Good, that's fine. Yeah, and you don't need it, obviously. But you know what? I will tell you one thing. And I truly, truly believe in karma. I've seen karma do her job multiple times. All I'm saying is karma is a bitch. It really is. And it does come back, guys. And I never wish bad things on people. Listen, when Detective John tried to do what he was doing, unfortunately, some bad things happened. And I felt horrible for him. He lost a family member, very important family member. He had some health issues. I would never, even after everything he had done to me, sorry, hold on. Anyway, when all that happened, I still asked my community, after everything he had done to me, to please keep him and his family and their thoughts and prayers, because I don't ever look or want that kind of stuff to happen to anybody, no matter what. You can attack me and tear me apart, do whatever you want. I don't ever wish death on anyone. I don't wish bad things on anyone or any kind of stuff like that. I just don't, guys. That's not me at all. No matter how how much you try to tear me up, you're not going to make me do that. I can't. Sorry. So that's just one thing I need to put out there, you know, but I do believe in karma, and karma, I think, handles things in her own way, and she will. She will. I do truly agree on that, regardless of what anybody says to me. Agreed. Agreed, Doodle. I wish them the very, very best and total happiness if this is what makes you happy. But I'm not just going to sit back and let it try to tear me apart. That's not going to happen. Not when I know what truth is and what realism is and all that. So thank you, Stiggy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nina. Critical Minds, welcome. Good to see you. That's why I stay on TikTok. Don't have to deal with you too. I get it. I've heard that. I've been told that too, Critical. I've been told that. And it's something I thought about, but I have a lot of people on YouTube that I care about, and that, of my understanding, they care about me, and I wouldn't do that to anybody. I just couldn't. I wouldn't feel good about it. Welcome, Lori. Good to see you tonight. Doodle says it's heartbreaking to think that people are out making fun of those of us with no family left. That is just heartbreaking. It's not like we don't know that every second of every day. That's true. That's very true and very sad. Very sad. That's why I said karma will catch up to the people that do stuff like that, Doodle. It does. Sadly, but it does. And some of the people that are doing what they're doing don't realize what they've done in the legal aspect. So that's going to be another thing now. I found that out this morning. So that's going to be interesting. I'm not even going to say anything about it. It's just going to do it to itself. It's already in motion. So I didn't have to do anything. That's the funny part of it. That's exactly, Ray. Listen, guys, I'm definitely not trying to scam anyone. I never have been. Never ever have been. I promise you. And I've even made statements that there's people out here that I know have donated money, and I've even sent back donations via these things because I know certain things that were on fixed incomes. Okay. Monthly fixed incomes that they told me about personally in private conversations, and they tried to send me money. I sent it back because I won't take that. I won't accept that. If I know that that's a scenario, I won't accept it, guys. I'm sorry. And that person got angry with me because it was a choice that she made. And I said, no, listen, I can't comfortably take something like that, knowing you've told me what you get every month. I can't. And I really upset that person to where she left here because of that, because it embarrassed her, I think. And that wasn't my intention. I felt horrible about that. You know what I mean? So don't put me out there like that because you're full of shit. Sorry. You are. Some people need to grow up, deal with their own shit, okay? And move forward. Hey, Savage, Angie Savage, good to see you. And I'm sorry that this is what you're hearing tonight. Tomorrow's going to probably be a little worse. And then once I get through all that and I put it out there, I'm done with it. I'm moving on. We pay for network. So what's wrong with donating to a YouTube channel that I like watching better than my streaming? You know, a lot of people have put it that way, Sus. That makes sense, you know? That's how people have told it to me. We pay for Amazon Prime, Netflix, and plenty more. So what's wrong with donating to a YouTube channel that I like watching better than my streaming services? Money is just their justification to be hateful. That's a good point, dear. I like that. Thank you. Thank you, Demon. I'm glad you see that. Angie, we covered the Sarah Boon hearing from earlier today. Now I'm just kind of ending it up. Just been talking stuff, you know, explaining. There's been some things being thrown all over the internet about me that are not true and that have been twisted and turned into a big mess of bullshit. And I was just explaining it. And tomorrow I'm going to be having a show that's a bit more dramatic than what normally I would ever do. There's some drama in it, and explaining some things and putting some things out there. And then after that, I'm done. I'm moving on. Because the people that are doing what they're doing, they're not worth wasting my oxygen or anything at this point. Now that I see who they truly are, when true colors come out, I'm not doing it. So, and like I said, there's a couple of people that are involved that I feel really bad about, because I absolutely adore a couple of them, and I think they were just completely misinformed, and that's really upsetting to me, because like I said, I adore a couple of the people that ended up involved. That I don't like at all. I should have known about one of the people, and the rest of it is just it's ridiculously a joke. So either way, let's see. Let me see here, by the way, something too. So I wanted to check something real quick. I guess it wasn't put out yet. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on. But like I said, just so that you guys know, stay tuned. It may be tomorrow morning, depending on what else happens, that I'm going to be dropping this new stuff in regards. So Nina, if you're available, I'd love to have you here about Ohio prisons and some really dark stuff going on, guys. It may be tomorrow early afternoon that I jump into that if things work out well. That's my plan. If everything works out, my timeline in my life works out. Thank you so much for that, Park Hugh super sticker. Very much appreciated. God bless. It's never ever expected, you guys. We don't expect it from anyone, but beyond appreciated. So thank you. Yeah, I'm thinking it. I'm thinking, Nina, tomorrow. I can talk to you in Discord about it, but I'm trying to work on doing it early tomorrow afternoon. I want to put that out there and start talking about that stuff, because there's going to be more than one on those, you guys. More than one show, because it's pretty deep and it's a lot of crap. It really is. It's really bad, and it's really scary, considering that I live in this damn state. You know what I mean? SRB, any of the rest of you that live in Ohio, you're going to want to focus on this, because it's definitely some interesting stuff. And it's really, really bad. Absolutely, B. And if not, you can always see it on the replay, dear. Absolutely. Let me see. Am I missing anything in here? Hold on here. Sorry guys, hold on. Nope, it's not. Whatever. No. No, no, no. No, no, no. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Wow, that's the one thing I was trying to find. Sorry, you guys. 1 second. So I don't know if did you guys hear that statement? You know who Wade Wilson is, by the way? Jealousy is a horrible beast. It is. I agree. Definitely, Josie. You guys been Rick's rock solid. Well, thank you, Cap. I appreciate that, my brother. You guys know who Wade Wilson is, right? He was convicted, got the death penalty for what he did. That dude with the tattoos all over his face, crazy looking guy. Robin 407, hello and welcome. So, did you guys hear the statement he made that because he got the death penalty, he hasn't really spoke on any of this stuff, right? He said when he comes back after getting the death penalty that he would talk then. Did you guys hear that? You want to talk about cray cray? Oh, Lisa, thank you so much for the super sticker. God bless, dear. I appreciate that so very much. Very much. Again, nothing we ever expect from anyone, but we do definitely appreciate you, Lisa. Thank you. Yes, he's beyond a psycho, Ray. Yes, B. He got, let me see here. Let me see if this will show you. Hold on. Hold on. Here you go. I'll let you hear it yourself.
Just like during any of the other phases of, well, let me just finish real quick. Any other phases during the case, if you want to address the court, I would permit you to do that. Obviously, everything's recorded, but you would have that opportunity if you wish. No one can prevent you from addressing the court if you wish to, and no one can make you address the court if you don't want to. So it is a decision that's solely left up to you if you want to address the court or not.
Not today. Later, when I come back, I will. Today, okay. No, I won't.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Well, Mr. Wilson.
Later, when he comes back. Now, from my understanding, he's been sentenced to death already, correct? That was it. That's done. You're not coming back, bro. So somebody had put a tag on something else that they put out that he's talking about coming back from the dead, and then he's going to speak on something, or that I think he means that he's going to appeal this and he'll be back in court, and that's what's going to happen. But either way, this dude is nuts. Completely nuts. Crazy. Yeah, he got 2 life sentences, I thought. Very good point, Ziggy. It's crazy. This dude, some of these people, you guys, just are like, what the hell is going on? Let's see something here. I like to give as many updates on the cases that we have that we're covering a lot of typically. Let me see. I think this is new too. Hold on. Now, this says it's from 2 days ago. It's a news break in regards to the Mamta Koppel bot case, or Naresh Koppel, or Naresh bot. Sorry. I've been trying to keep you guys updated with that stuff as well. I know, Siggy. His face makes me want to throw up too. He just looks and he smirks at everything. You can tell he's garbage, you know? All right, hold on here.
Continuing to press for answers. And well, tonight, the search for a missing Manassas Park mother moves forward. With her husband in jail, the community is continuing to press for answers and for witnesses after she disappeared weeks ago. On Friday, police searched Signal Hill Park for clues, and today, her supporters returned to that same park to spread the word about her disappearance. 7 News' Liana Golden has the latest on their efforts.
Well, the Manassas Park Night Market is a monthly event here in the center of town. It wrapped up a little bit earlier tonight due to the rain, but these flyers here were on display with Mamta Kaflibot's face front and center. The more the word gets out, the more hopeful loved ones are that they'll find her. From one table,
The more that we can bring visibility to Mamta.
to the next,
I hope you don't mind.
to the next.
I'm just giving you a copy of the flyer.
Volunteers made the rounds at Saturday's Manassas Park Market with one goal in mind.
Thank you. Would you take a couple flyers?
Flyer after flyer, Holly Worth spread the word about her former coworker whom she misses dearly.
And you take as many as you want.
we'll put them in our apartment
And then
complex.
anywhere that you don't see a flyer, post one up.
The best thing that I think we can do is keep Mamta's story in the forefront, because somebody saw something, somebody has something to say, and the more that we empower them to do it, the faster we're going to get justice.
The market and its many visitors grabbing flyers or scanning QR codes comes one day after Manassas Park Police and the Prince William County Search and Rescue Team circled Signal Park for any evidence.
So it is literally 24/7. We're trying to help and partner with the Manassas Park Police to find justice.
And just days ago, husband and suspect Naresh Bhatt made his third court appearance, where prosecutors said dried blood was found in the couple's bedroom and bathroom.
You know, the blood evidence that's come out, again, so shocking to think of what potentially happened in that home. And hearing the Commonwealth describe the fact that the wounds Mamta likely sustained were not survivable, I don't think any of us were ready to hear that.
Ready or not, Worth and the community don't have plans to stop spreading the word anytime soon.
She can't speak, she can't call out right now, so somebody has to do it for her.
Worth says she's meeting with fellow volunteers Sunday morning at 8 a.m. to discuss next steps. Meantime, 7 News has learned that Manassas Park Police have located and searched Naresh Bhatt's car. We are working to find out what is inside. In Manassas Park tonight.
That's good. They found the car that he sold, and now they're searching it, or they have searched it. I hope they find everything in there too. That hopefully something will lead to her finding her, guys. That's the most important part of this one. She deserves a proper burial, in my opinion. That's sad. Can anyone confirm if the Hells Angels in Colorado? I don't know, hon. Wow. Yes, that's crazy. Again, let's see. Or what else do we have here before we end up? Before we shut down for the night, I'm just trying to see if there's anything else I want to share with you guys. Let me see. What is this? Oh my God, you guys, this is crazy stuff. Look at this. I see what you're talking about, sus, or not sus, critical. Yes. What the hell? How come I never heard about this until just now? Look at this. Would you look at this?
And anonymous far-right social media accounts were claiming that the Hells Angels Outlaw Motorcycle Club was coming to Colorado to fight Venezuelan gang members. Only issue, there is no evidence that that is true. The video used as evidence either did not show the Hells Angels or were taken long ago. One video shows motorcyclists at Sturgis. Another is video out of Brazil from July. There's a third video that shows a convoy of motorcycles flanked by a police escort, which would be pretty off-brand for the Hells Angels. But that didn't stop the claims from getting millions upon millions of views after they were shared by conservative influencers and even some elected officials, like Colorado Republican State Rep Ryan Armagost.
People will do anything. Yeah, they're saying that's what he just says. It's a host. People will do anything to get views. That's crazy. Wow. The building that was taken over. I don't know anything about that one, bud. That's crazy, guys. Crazy, crazy. So I got questions. I'm thinking about, well, I talked about it before. But I'm still going to do it, I think, because I think it's a good idea. About starting, if I can get my schedule right, about doing I think I asked some of you guys this before, but I'm asking again for reasons. I'm thinking about doing a morning show and doing, current events type stuff that's new for that day in the news, just talking in the morning and having coffee with you guys. For anybody that's a morning person, I should say. What do you guys think? Watch the video of the apartment building getting taken over in Aurora, Colorado. Okay, hold on. In fact, while I do this, give me a second here. I'm going to do something else too. Hold on 1 second. Again, anybody that's jumping in here, by the way, that's newer, that hasn't been here the whole time tonight, do me a favor, if you will, and wish Miss Victoria a happy birthday. Today's her birthday. And what's up, Green Eyed Monster? And just tell her happy birthday so she can have an amazing night and get it from everybody, because I think that's important to hear. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start a poll. Should we have a morning show? Yes or no? And the poll is out there. And I'm going to pull up that other video now to try to find it for you guys real quick. Oh, wow. Holy hell. This don't look good. This is saying it's live.
Now from Fox, we'll take a look at this really disturbing video. It has been making the rounds, going viral. This is out in Aurora, Colorado, and it's one that is making headlines, of course, all over the country, where the mayor of Aurora says Venezuelan gangs are overrunning apartment buildings there as part of an organized criminal effort. Local police have called the incidents isolated, but surveillance video from at least one of the complexes is very startling, as you can see from this video right here. Now, we want to go on for more on this story about what's happening in Aurora. We're joined by Fox News senior national correspondent William Lajeunesse. William.
Many say the problem began when the Biden-Harris team opened the border with migrant apprehensions from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, jumping from 17,000 in 2020 to 600,000 in 2022. So the administration created the CHNV program, which provided migrants from those four countries with humanitarian parole and invited them in. But auditors found widespread fraud in the program, migrants lying on their applications, sponsors using fraudulent identities, including dead people, and traffic.
Okay, guys, do you remember 5 months ago, I brought this info to you about this immigration thing, and I was like, this is going to get ugly. This is going to get dangerous. I'll be damned if we're not standing in front of this right now. This is insane.
Traffickers demanding payment from those they sponsored.
They're literally just funneling people into the United States under this program with no expectation they're ever going to leave.
And that's what sources say we are seeing now, a mix of innocent migrants along with graduates of the Venezuelan prison gang Tren de Agua, extorting tenants for payment.
There are several buildings actually under the same ownership, out-of-state ownership, that have fallen to these Venezuelan gangs. We did everything we could to quite frankly, keep them out of the city because it's not our problem. This is a federal problem.
So DHS briefly suspended that CHNV program, but restarted it this week, saying they've worked out the kinks. Well, it invites about 30,000 illegal migrants a month to enter the U.S. from those 4 countries. Now, critics say there are 2 problems. One, we still have no way to vet these migrants because we can't get at their criminal histories because those countries will not cooperate. And we can't send them back because their countries won't take them back, which is why you see some of the behavior these gang members appearing to act without any regard to police. It's illegal for them to carry a firearm, and you see from the video, they've got plenty of long guns and handguns as well, because if they're going to be arrested, they're simply going to be released, and they're not going to be deported because we can't keep them, right? Can't afford to keep them. And all those people you see, we have the biometric information on them, but police are not making any arrests. I'll send it back to you.
So, Will, I mean, what's the plan here with this? I mean, are they just going to be able to stay for as long as they want? I mean, what's the plan to actually apprehend these people?
So the local police department is allegedly working with the feds, but I will tell you, while Denver is a sanctuary city, Colorado is not officially a sanctuary state, but when you will look at the rules, there are a lot of prohibitions, I am told, by the local police to actually cooperating with ICE or DEA or HSI, Homeland Security investigations. So I think that's going to draw things out a little bit. I think eventually they're going to get in there and identified the troublemakers or the gang members, if you will. But again, we have nowhere to send them. I mean, we can put them in ICE custody for a period of time, but Venezuela's not taking people back.
Well, you know what it sounds like to me? It sounds to me like they need to open up, what the hell was that, Guantanamo Bay? Is that where they were taking all of the the prisoners of war that we had? Maybe they need to start taking these people to the criminals, I should say, to Guantanamo Bay and let the military handle them. I'm just saying. That's the only thing that makes any sense at this point. If their country's not taking them back, we cannot house them in our prisons. We don't have any room. So open Guantanamo Bay back up and lock them down, guys. That's the only thing that makes any sense to me. If you're going to be stupid enough to let them come across the border and not take any precautions or not do any of the things we're supposed to do for this scenario, there we go. That's my opinion. Just saying. You know, I'm not educated on how this stuff all works, but damn. We have a country here, folks, a country full of people that feel unsafe at this point. This is in Colorado now. Who's to say it's not going to move on to somewhere else? How do you overtake an area, guys? Little by little, by little, by little, by little, okay? Until you have control of the whole thing. And if there's over 600,000 people coming over here illegally, come on now. The only way I think to handle this is to start bring the National Guard in, bring the feds in, and start snagging these people one after another and locking them down at Guantanamo Bay. The only thing that makes any sense to me. Got you, Green Eyed. I got you. That's the only place I can think of.
We don't have any diplomatic relations with Maduro at all. So it's a conundrum, right? And that's why they're acting with such impunity. Back to you.
And lastly, William, I mean, we're showing this video over us speaking one more time, just because, I mean, it's just so brazen the way that they just come in with the guns and really just set up shop here. Unfortunately, I mean, for a situation like this, does it almost at times, because there isn't too much happening with law enforcement, does it have to happen where somebody is injured or killed because of something of the lawlessness that happens and that eventually will then lead to getting these people out?
You'd like to believe that, right? But
see, that type of thing right there, that wouldn't happen where I'm at, because that knock at the door, when answered, the person that answers that door is going to be holding something in their hand too. Just saying. That's how that goes around here. That'll never happen out where I live at. Sorry. There's too many people out here that definitely don't put up with that kind of shit. And honestly, the local PD around here would back us up too. That's sad that it shouldn't have to be that way. It is. And they're not doing anything. And there's children that live within these facilities, you guys. That's what I'm afraid of. There's children that could get put in the middle of this, and it's just not good. Not good at all.
But let's just take a look at some of the crimes we've seen in New York City, right? The assault of cops. And people are being let out within 24 hours, and then they find them somewhere else, and then they finally take them into custody, and there may be crimes committed in between there. You know, this problem with these four countries where we don't have diplomatic relations, where we can't just easily send people back. What I am told is happening, the big picture is, we reinstated this program even though the kinks are not worked out, right? We don't have the ability to find out who those sponsors really are. I mean, in the situation, you had 3,000 people sponsoring more than 100,000 individuals. That's not the way it's supposed to go. When you said, you know, when you were a kid and your family said, let's adopt, if you will, a family from another country and provide some money and kind of look after them or whatever, and see that they, you know, settle in the United States in a positive way. Well, that's not what's happening with these programs. Once they're here, no one's watching over their shoulders. And again, this particular prison gang has clearly infiltrated this migrant program, and people being people, they're going to take advantage of the situation. So the cops have their work cut out for them, for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about that. William Lajeunesse, thanks so much for
To welcome in now the mayor of the city where this happened, Aurora, Colorado Mayor Mike Kaufman. Mayor, thank you so much for your time. It's one thing for the people who don't live in the city of Aurora to see the video. You live there. You are the mayor there. What is your reaction to this surveillance video?
Well, I mean, it's a real concern. We've got several properties that have a concentration of Venezuelan migrants in them, and unfortunately, there's a criminal element, Venezuelan, that is followed in those three, what we believe are three buildings, several buildings. And so, but I want to put this in context. We are the 51st largest city in the United States with over 400,000 in population. And this is several apartment units, all under the same ownership, out-of-state owner that has allowed these properties to run down. And so we've got a concerted law enforcement effort right now. I think some of the people that you're seeing in this video have already been apprehended. We've got our own police force combined with state and federal partners working not just in Aurora, but throughout the Denver metro area to try to get these people off the street. It's a problem, and quite frankly, it stems from the border. When you've had waves of Venezuelan migrants come, you know, God bless them, a third of the population is left due to a failed socialist dictatorship, and so a failed government. And so But there's just not the vetting process at the border, and I don't believe that Venezuela cooperates with us in the sharing of criminal records for their population. And so, people are allowed to.
So these gangs are coming in and they're just basically kicking everybody out of their apartments and taking over the whole building. Are you serious? This is insanity. Wow.
Cross the border illegally, they're arrested, they declare political asylum, they're given humanitarian parole, come in to the country.
Yeah.
And so that it's a real challenge for us. But in these several apartment complexes, we are cleaning them out.
Cleaning them out. Yeah, and I do want to note here that Aurora police say the gang activity is isolated. We know Denver police are denying these apartment takeovers, and we certainly do not want to categorize all migrants as being criminals. But from your perspective, what is happening in your town when it comes to the crime, the criminal element that we're seeing, and what is being done to stop it? You say that you're cleaning them out. What does that actually mean?
Well, it's a law enforcement approach. It's a little challenging because a lot of the people are, particularly there's a concentration of Venezuelan migrants in these complexes. They're intimidated in terms of stepping forward, but we've got an aggressive approach to root them out, and we're certainly doing that. But we can't afford to surrender any part of the city, even though it's in isolated pockets to any criminal element. And so we're aggressive on it. I think that there's so much criminality, unfortunately, in Venezuela, given the fact that the police force is there to defend the Maduro government against its opposition, as opposed to defending the people against crime. And so there's just it's a sad component of the culture that this element exists and has followed the migrants up. With that, they've come here.
And Mayor, where do you think the blame lies for this, what is now a local problem? Do you feel this does stem from a national problem? Is this something separate? Is it a combination of multiple things?
Absolutely, it's a federal problem. I mean, Aurora has not been a sanctuary city historically. Denver has. The governor of Texas, targeted, I think, Denver in terms of dropping off migrants there. Aurora took the position that this is a federal problem. It's not the city of Aurora
agree,
problem.
That's crazy.
We will not expend tax resources on migrants, nor will we be a conduit for federal dollars. And yet, here they are, and so I'm trying to walk it back and see how do they get here. Somebody's funding them, so I'm going to I'm going to be going to our nonprofits and saying, were you a conduit for federal dollars and in concentrating these migrants in these in several of these buildings, these complexes. We inherited a problem that is not ours. But is now, but now we're sharing in it, and so it's really disappointing. But when you have a policy in federal policy, that somebody can walk across the border illegally, get arrested, declare political asylum, get humanitarian parole, and released in the country pending their court date, which could be could be a long ways out.
Yeah.
And then to make matters worse, the problem actually goes beyond this gang problem, because desperate people do desperate things, and these migrants have 6 months before they can apply for a work permit.
Right. Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com.
Thanks, Critical. I had no idea that was going on. That's insane, because I don't watch news. I don't watch national news. I watch local news because it's typically all a bunch of bullshit. So I won't watch the national news at all. And I just thank you, SRB. I appreciate that very much. Don't try it in the mountains and rural areas. We can't go 100%. And like I said, you come to this area, you're not going to walk away the same way. It's crazy. Yes, Robin, for our country and for Colorado, because who knows if this is going to move somewhere else, you know? I hope not, and I hope that the government gets a lockdown on this now while they still can. That's all I'm saying. John Denver's upset, Cap says. Yes, I bet he is. Thank you. That's for anybody that has not yet become a member of the sauce. Should you choose to, there's the way to do it. Click on that link Miss SRB threw up there and become a part of the sauce, guys. We have plenty of room for plenty of you if you're not here yet. A large enough pot full of sauce for all these awesome meatballs. I do too, B. I really do. I really, really do. This is scary to me. Like, to see these types of things happen really scares me because, you know, it kind of makes you feel it's almost like the government has lost control of the country in some ways, you know? When they're allowing things like this to happen, that ain't good. That's not why we're here, guys, you know? El Paso, Mexico, Texas is, oh yes, absolutely, Siggy, that's no lie. Absolutely. Oh. Okay. Thank you, Molly. Thank you. I will check them out for sure. You're okay, Alicia. That's true too, Paula. Very true. Well, what'd the governor say? Really? Wait. Oh, really? Hold on. What's this now? Check this out.
The mayor of Aurora, he's concerned that someone is funding these apartment takeovers. Watch this.
Somebody put them there and somebody funded it, whether it's federal government or not. We're trying to find out who these gangs apparently are attracted to where there's a concentration of Venezuelan migrants. And so they've in fact have kind of pushed out the property management through intimidation and then collected the rents. Arrests have been made, but these operations are still ongoing.
They're collecting the rent. Good Lord. Danielle Jorinsky is a city council member in Aurora, and she joins me now. Danielle, a spokesperson for the governor of Colorado, Jared Polis, he's dismissing you. They say this is all a figment of your imagination. Would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, I just would ask him, is this also a figment of the Romero's imagination and all of the other folks that I've spoken to at these complexes and that I've physically moved out? This is one heck of an imagination.
What are you going to do about this?
Well, what I've been able to do so far is bring this much attention to it. And I plan to continue to bring this kind of attention to it until this is addressed. I'm not going to sit back and let this be downplayed and let this be ignored. The governor can attack me all he wants, but I am going to continue to expose this, and I will continue to go into these buildings, and I will get as many people out as I can.
You got to get people out. What about the people who are barging their way into these apartments? What are you going to do about them? Can we arrest them in some way?
Well, I think that's where we need the help of our state and federal partners. I mean, this is way beyond any one local law enforcement dealing with this. This gang is here. They have spread out. They have taken over multiple apartment complexes.
Roll Tide.
In Aurora, and we need a group effort here.
Who's to blame, in your opinion?
Well, the blame starts at the southern border. I mean, first and foremost, we need to shut down our southern border, and we need to put policies in place that are vetting these people. And then beyond that, you know, you can look at our state. Our governor has made our state a sanctuary state here in Colorado, and the mayor of Denver, you know, they hung a banner on the Denver City Hall that said, "We love migrants." Well, you know, we love migrants too, but can we vet them? I mean, these people are coming in, they have hundreds of guns. They are running whatever kind of operations they are running.
And explain to me how these people are coming in as migrants and they're being handed guns. How? By who? I mean, is our government just like allowing this? Like the mayor said, they're being funded by somebody. Who? I'm gonna have to look into this shit. This is crazy. It almost sounds like it's being done purposely. Okay. Why have they not brought the National Guard in at this point? Explain that to me. Why have they not brought them in immediately when this started happening to shut this down? They overtook the building management. They're collecting the rent from people and telling people what to do to come and go. They're moving people out and taking over the building complex. Are you serious? That's what I mean, sus. How is the NSA not involved in this or anything? And where are they getting their guns? You see what they're carrying, guys. They're carrying assault rifles. Those aren't just, you can't just go to the corner. Well, I mean, you kind of can, but they're just not everywhere. And these people don't seem to have money. They're getting it from somebody from somewhere, and they're getting these guns from somewhere too. This is insane, bro. Just saying.
And somebody needs to step in here at the federal level and the state level.
I want to go back to how the residents of some of these apartment buildings actually feel about it and what they're going through. Just watch this for a second.
Every day when we come home, we have to do this. Every time we go outside to take out the garbage, every time we try to go to bed at night, we have to keep it like this so nobody can kick in the door.
It's come to that. 5 locks on the door. Last word to you.
That is one of the folks that I was able to move out the other day, and it is horrifying to see firsthand. And I hope that nobody is listening to our governor. This is not a figment of anyone's imagination. This is very serious. This is very real, and it will spread out quickly across this country if it is not addressed.
Councilwoman Danielle Jorinsky, thank you very much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it, ma'am. Thank you.
I get to our top story.
I can't believe I'm seeing this, you guys. I really, literally, seriously cannot. Welcome, Leslie. I cannot believe that I'm seeing this. What in the hell is going on in our country? Okay, I have one more video that's a little different. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Critical. I had no idea, guys. Girls, good to see ya. Thank you for joining us. Great to see you, Willie, by the way. Thank you for jumping in, brother. I appreciate you.
These are illegal Venezuelan immigrants, part of the Tren de Aragua gang, breaking into an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado. At least that's what the current narrative going viral on Twitter is right now.
They're armed and ready. They'll try to wipe your windows and then come rob you.
I see that bullet hole in my bedroom window, huh?
That's a bullet hole right there?
We've been terrorized. Gunshots, the trash piling up.
Every time we try to go to bed at night, we have to keep it like this so nobody can kick in the door.
Besides this incident caught on camera, is Aurora in flames right now? Have Venezuelan gangsters conquered the entire city? And are the Hells Angels actually on their way to enact vigilante justice on this gang while the police sit by and do nothing?
This Venezuelan gang has indeed taken over at least some of the buildings. You're saying at least 2 of the 3. And what I just heard from you is you don't know how they ended up there. And you even made a suggestion that they could have been sent there.
But what we're learning out here is that gang members have not taken over this complex.
The city of Aurora is contradicting itself on the extent of Venezuelan gang activity in that city. The mayor told Fox News this week the gang is collecting rent at a troubled apartment complex. The interim police chief, in a video press release, says that's not happening.
In an attempt to clear confusion and figure out myself what is and what is not fake news, I pulled up there myself to find out.
Fist up, guns down. You see that? Fist up, guns down. United we stand, divided we fall. Stop the gun violence. We're in it. We have all these ominous posters indicating some mass violence out here. We sure we don't want to roll up the window and film through it? So the surrounding neighborhoods, I'm sure, have a lot of opinions on what's going on here. Probably a lot of the negative attention that has been brought. Also, there's not a single source of media here. Everything on Twitter is telling me we're going to show up to a war zone in this apartment complex. I doubt that's going to be the case.
So I hopped out of the car and walked straight up to the apartment complex with no clue what was going on and with hopes of not getting shot with a scoped rifle.
Is it true that gangs have taken over this apartment complex or no? ¿Prender agua?
No sé, hermano.
Okay,
No
okay.
sé.
¿Es peligrosa aquí o no?
Sí.
¿Sí? ¿Por qué? Like, pop, pop, pop?
Sí, muchos plomos, sí, pero no, o sea, no puedo,
Criminales.
no puedo hablar más de lo que puedo decir porque también es mi seguridad de mi persona.
Are most of the people that live here from Venezuela?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Y yo fui uno de los primeros que llegó aquí a los edificios.
Bien.
El principio fue bien, pero después que cambiaron la administración de los edificios, todo se volvió nada. Todo cambió. Los edificios no sirven, no bueno, los apartamentos.
No bueno aquí.
No good.
Oh, interesante. Pregunta, ¿es tren de agua aquí?
No.
No. Okay. Fake news, falso news. Okay, gracias. ¿Es tren de agua aquí o no? No. ¿Peligrosa aquí lately? ¿No? ¿Es cierto que los pandillas se han apoderado de este complejo de apartamentos o no?
No sé, porque yo vivo trabajando, yo vengo al trabajo y a dormir.
¿Cuántos años vive aquí?
Meses.
3
meses.
Okay, ¿de dónde eres?
Venezuela.
Okay, I'm sure that'll be a common story out here. We are not hearing any confirmed gang activity. This is how you get shot out here, by the way, guys. Okay, have you heard about like the gang activity and that sort of thing?
No, I hear gunshots all the time throughout the night.
Gunshots all the time?
The apartment somewhere over here that 2 people died in.
Okay.
2 people were shot apparently.
Is it safe out here?
During the day mostly. I don't like to travel around through the neighborhood at night or around dusk.
Tren del agua no corren los apartamentos.
No.
Los rejas de los apartamentos.
Creo que hay una desinformación con respecto a un video que anda circulando. En realidad, a mí no me han extorsionado. Yo no he pagado. Yo siempre pagué aquí a los propietarios, como tal, siempre. No puedo decir que hayan pandillas aquí, porque en verdad yo no tengo conocimiento de eso.
Okay.
Y sería una injusticia uno hablar lo que no es. De eso deberían encargarse las autoridades de investigar bien. Y si es cierto que está aquí metido el tren de agua.
Do you think it's motivated by fear of immigrants and xenophobia?
Creo que hay una campaña en contra también de nosotros los buenos. Yo creo que las autoridades.
Exactly, Willie. That's a good way to put it. 20 million people didn't come here to go to church. It's very sad to say that, but yeah, it's going to get worse before it gets better. And I almost wonder, you guys, some people have said to me about not this specific situation, but other situations that could happen with this immigration issue, that if they were to bring the National Guard in and declare martial law, then the government has control of all of us at that point, okay? Think about that for a minute. And it's something that I had to think about, like, wow, okay, is this, it's just a little crazy is all I'm saying. This whole thing is just a little crazy. Too crazy. That's all I'm saying.
Deberían abocarse al problema como tal. Aquí hay muchos padres de familia, muchas personas que tenemos nuestro proyecto, que vinimos con un futuro, que vinimos a construir un futuro, a ayudar al país, a que salga adelante. Y creo que nos están metiendo a todos en el mismo saco y no debería ser.
Pregunta para ti. ¿Es falso información regarding la tren del agua, los criminales aquí?
Falsa.
You got a door in the window right here. You got a barred wall on the wall. Someone's definitely driven into it. Everyone here's chill, but something's going down. We have broken glass over here. I don't know if we want to find out what's going down in there, but there's some noise calling me in. There's broken glass, broken windows, broken doors everywhere out here. Pregunta para ti. Hola. ¿Tú sabes del video?
No.
Allí. Okay. ¿Es peligrosa aquí o no?
Sí.
Sí, porque actividades criminales.
Sí, mucho de la serie y todo.
Okay. Muchas policías recientemente.
Mucho.
Porque
Sí,
Okay.
muchos balazos.
¿Cuántos meses vive aquí?
2 años.
Pregunta para ti. Hola. ¿Tren de agua aquí o no? ¿Mucha? ¿Peligrosa? Ok. Bien. Tren de Agua is here, he said. I said, dangerous? He said, no. Fuck and find out. Oh, great. This is not a good sign. We got large piles of uncollected trash here. Normal, standard. We got the van normal. I'm pretty sure this means stop the violence or something. Is it safe out here? Yeah. No? Okay, be safe. Cops are out here often? Yeah. Lots of shootings? Shootings last night? All right, be safe. Is it fake news?
Sí, es que acá nosotros vivimos, trabajamos y, o sea,
Okay.
llegamos del trabajo y para la casa no nos acostamos
Okay.
temprano.
¿Cuántos años vive aquí?
No, yo acá tengo 8 meses.
¿De dónde eres?
De Venezuela.
Okay. Did you see the video of the guy with the big rifle?
Ah, sí,
¿Sí?
por el TikTok, sí.
Okay. ¿Qué es?
O sea, no sé porque yo no los conozco, no.
Okay.
O sea, porque nosotros llegamos de trabajar y para la casa.
Muchas de las personas aquí ilegales o de Venezuela.
De Venezuela. Yo soy de Venezuela, o sea, yo estoy arreglando mis papeles porque la verdad entramos fue por migración.
I see. I want to see if it's false, fake news regarding the gangs inside the buildings. Can you take me inside and give me a tour?
¿Pasar ahí por ahí?
Sí.
¿Sí?
¿Sí posible? Ok, vamos. ¿De Venezuela?
No, yo soy de México.
México. Ok. Muchas personas aquí tiene papá.
Yo no he visto ninguna persona.
Ok. So, muy tranquilo.
Sí, yo estoy tranquilo.
Ok. ¿Qué? ¿Cuántos por renta? ¿Cuántos dólares por meses?
¿Renta? Renta,
sí.
Están cobrando como 1,300, 1,400.
Okay. It's pretty chill up here. Pretty nice place. Got a nice view. Fair one? Oh, es aquí. Un momento. Yo quiero mirar un video. Este.
Ese apartamento no es aquí.
¿A dónde eres? It's a white door. Maybe they got a new door?
Hay diferentes apartamentos.
Diferente. ¿Ahí?
Todos los edificios tienen la misma puerta, 301. Pero no.
¿Qué es esto? It's a reinforced wall. Take a look at this. What is this? ¿Una persona vive aquí?
No sé si viven o no. Está cerrado.
Should I knock?
Sí, no, suena.
Hola. The doors are walled off right now.
Esas puertas son normales, pero yo no había visto eso.
Okay. Hola. Amazon delivery. Okay, so we got the broken glass here. Look. This is broken in too long ago. This looks like it's in a pretty bad state of disrepair. We got Feastables on the ground though. That's crazy. Mr. Beast Feastables on the ground in there, along with heroin needles and fentanyl foil and trash. This is quite the experience. Oh boy. Some broken stools here. Beers all over the place. Family inside. A lot of Modelo's out here. So that looks fully boarded up right there. Like it looks like someone's reinforced their door, and that may be a new door for 301. That's my guess. I can knock. I'm gonna stand at a distance, minimize your risk. So that looks boarded up. Looks like it's been broken multiple times. You can hear the fire alarm that hasn't been changed. That's a meme. Hola. So due to recent events, I think it's understandable that no one wants to answer the door. This place is fucked up. I'm amazed people live here. This is some third world country shit. Mucho de este, ¿sí? Sí. Rocks, rocas, guns, bullets. Lots of broken glass out here.
I speak English too.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
John, all right, are these bullet holes?
Lately it's crazy.
Lately crazy?
Yeah, but you know, I stay to my business.
If you mind your own business out here, it's chill, safe.
It is. This one's supposed to be the safe, the best building in there.
This one right here.
Yeah, this is the best building.
Yo, any of y'all want to be interviewed in there? We're trying to figure out if the gangsters have taken this place over. I'm looking right.
You probably see that bullet hole in my bedroom window, huh?
That's a bullet hole right there. You got a wasp nest right next to it too.
Yeah, it's a bullet hole right there. Though.
Okay, so how often do you hear bullets out here?
Probably like every 2 days.
Damn, that's pretty shitty, yeah.
Hell yeah. I mean, it's not too bad. Most time I'll be at work, so I don't really have to deal with a lot of.
You ever been hit with a stray bullet out here?
Nah, not yet.
How much is it to rent an apartment out here?
Here, shit.
I agree with you, Moon. Have a good night. Thank you for joining us today for this or tonight. I didn't know about this, so I'm just trying to see what's going on. But have a great night, Moon Lover. I hope to see you soon. Sorry about the anxiety.
It's like 14. Actually, straight on the inside. And this one, the other ones look like the trenches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard you have the best building out here.
Yeah, it's pretty much the best one, yeah.
The other ones they look trash.
They fucking it up, though.
Who's fucking it up?
Like the Venezuelans.
Okay. What
But they
percentage?
cool, though. Like, I ain't got no problem with them, but, like, clean your shit up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Why do you think they're so dirty with all this stuff?
I just think where they come from, maybe they just don't give a fuck because they're in a whole different new place, so they ain't got to pay for nothing. Everything free given, you know what I mean?
Do you have beef with them that they're not paying anything, and you're like, yo, I'm paying $1,400 a month?
Hell no.
You chill with it?
Yeah, I stopped paying rent. I'm like, shit. I told them, like, 2 y'all come over here and fix some of these problems, like the trash, for instance. Like, why the f I'm gonna be paying rent and for the some of the things that y'all post? So the stuff that's like in the leasing contract applies to that trash.
I see.
You know, and the upkeep for the complex. And y'all not saying in agreement, so I'm not gonna pay shit.
How long you not been paying rent?
Like a month.
All right. How long you plan on not paying rent?
I'm about to be out of here today.
Yeah.
I'm moving today, yeah.
When did you notice the Venezuelans start to come in?
Like a year ago.
Okay. They kind of took over?
Yeah, kind of. Like I said, man, shit. I ain't never had no issue with them. Like, shit. If I need some help with something, they help me.
Okay.
They need some help. They, you know, when they first got here, the motherfucker would be parked behind my car and shit like that. And I'm be like, hey, I don't know how you do it in your country, but right here, you don't park behind my. You know what I'm saying? I smoke your ass. It pretty much like on that type of tip.
Did you see that video of the guy kicking the door down with the scoped rifle?
Yeah, it's in the next. It was in the next building.
Did you see it happen in real time?
No, I didn't see it happen, but I do know them.
Is it gang affiliated?
Nah.
Have a good night, Zelda. Thanks for joining tonight, hon. I hope to see you soon, and I hope you're feeling better. Thanks again. Good night. Well, I'm so proud of you for standing up for yourself. It was like pulling teeth trying to talk you into it. I will Dago turn is next unless I done missed it. Oh, it's coming tomorrow night. Bama, it's coming tomorrow night. Victoria, have a great night, hon. Happy birthday again. I hope you had a great day today and have the wonderful rest of your night. And I will see you soon as well. Good night.
I wouldn't say that. I think they were just looking for somebody.
$1,400 to live in this hole. That is crazy. You'll notice a lot of broken glass, a lot of bullet holes in the walls. How are you? I'm doing good. We're doing like a little bit of an independent news report on what's going on out here. Would you guys want to share anything?
We've been terrorized.
Tell me about it. That's kind of what we're trying to understand.
Gunshots, the trash piling up.
I saw that. So when did the Venezuelans come in here? That's a new thing, right?
I don't know if they're Venezuelan or not, but gangs have been in here.
Tren de Aragua?
Is it the Venezuelan gangs?
I'm not sure who they are.
But gang activities out here for sure.
Yeah, for about at least a year.
And I've heard a lot of people aren't paying rent out here. Is that true?
That's what I hear. That's what we hear.
Yeah, there's a lot of squatters and holdover tenants. All the inside, we just walked into each building. They're completely trashed.
It's not surprising.
Okay.
Because the whole place is trashed.
Completely trashed. Like third world abandoned building.
Is that what it looks like?
It's pretty shitty.
I think Denver's targeted because it's centrally located and not close to the border.
Okay.
So that's why I think we're targeted.
What would be a message for like the city council or the governor or the mayor you guys would like to get out, if anything?
Shut this place down.
Shut it down?
Just like they did in Elm Street.
Okay.
Because it's the same owners. So
and they do a poor job at vetting their tenants and maintaining the place?
do shit. The owner needs to be locked up.
Okay.
And that's my opinion.
Okay.
Just for renting out these illegals.
Okay. This place is fucked. Just take a look. Oh, this is, I mean, you can zoom in. This place is completely unkept. Complete hole. Look at that. Look in here. Completely abandoned. In disrepair. Fecal matter. Piss. We may have overstayed our welcome a little bit. We've talked to a lot of locals out here. The Venezuelans say nothing's going on. No gang activity. Anyone who's not Venezuelan, yeah, there's some gang going down here. There's some crime going down. The locals. I'm hesitant to interview a lot of the locals out here because I don't want them to narc on themselves, but I do respect someone standing up for the community, and I won't suppress their voice if they want to share. So we're noticing tons of no license plates. Muchas personas aquí de Venezuela? ¿Sí? ¿Cuánto por ciento? 90, 80? 80? Okay, gracias. I mean, according to him, it's a Venezuelan community. This is little Venezuela. Selling flowers on the street, Once again, this is an example of this false American dream that's sold.
And then I hopped on a call with Aurora resident and retired ICE field office director to hear his opinion on what's really going on here. Is the place on fire? Do we have Venezuelans invading the city?
You know, look, the city is not on fire. Aurora is a huge place, you know, it's a great place to be. Great schools, you know, but there are issues, just like there are with any city anywhere in the United States. And what we're seeing now is just, you know, you got one side saying it's not happening, one side saying it's happening, and then you get the social media aspects who say that the Hells Angels are coming into town, that patriots are going to be, you know, storming these apartments. The state of Colorado is a sanctuary state. Started really letting in a lot of, migrants that are coming up from the border. When we look at this, it's mostly young male Venezuelans that have come up from Venezuela who are not highly vetted at the border. There are probably plenty of Venezuelans that have come up here to Colorado that are busting their butts, but there is this criminal element that has made their way into some of this, lower income housing. So they are extorting some of the residents in those areas. And to give you an idea, a lot of the residents in these areas are migrants. They are migrants from South America. And these gang members there were gang members there running around with firearms, and they're mostly taking advantage of other migrants because those.
Thank you, Bama. I appreciate that very much. It means the world to me. It really does. And that goes for all the support that any one of you guys are giving. It really means everything to me. So thank you so much for that.
Those migrants are not calling the police. They're not, they are afraid to. They're afraid to maybe lose status here in the U.S. or get deported, or they've been identified, some of them, as being Tren de Aragua. And it may be some of these young Venezuelan males claiming to be TDA just as an intimidation factor to the other migrants that are in the area. The fake news part right away is that Aurora's not fallen off the face of the earth. Like, Aurora's had a gang problem. It's always been like that. But this situation just gets exasperated because with the illegal immigration situation, most of that could be taken care of and the community could be made safer if we got rid of sanctuary policy and we allowed the immigration authorities to work with local law enforcement to get these kind of guys off the street. So, I mean, it's something that we've got to be cognizant of. We've seen terrorists come across. We just got to pay attention to what's going on, and we got to make sure that, we have control of our borders. So we're not allowing in this 1 or 2% of people who are just trying to take apart the U.S.
All right. Well, there it is. So we'll see, guys. I mean, it definitely looks like there's a problem, in my opinion. I just don't even know what to say. It's this is just some scary stuff. I'm sorry if that caused anybody any kind of anxiety. I didn't mean for that. I wanted to see what the hell they were talking about, because I didn't hear about it, but it's crazy. We need our country back. I'll say that much. And we need we need our rights back as people. That's all. It does happen where they just bust people and hundreds of people in and then drop them off and leave. I've seen it happen in New York. It's crazy. I don't know. I'm just not comfortable with it. That's all I'm saying. Sunshine, welcome to the sauce. Another meatball in the house, you guys. That's awesome. And I appreciate you so very much. Very much. All right, so the poll is done. Let's see what we got. Well, I guess it's done. And it says, should we have a morning show? 80% said yes and 20% said no. I wonder what the 20% that said no. Why? Maybe because they're not morning people? That would make sense. But 80% said yes. There's 45 votes. We only got 52 people in here. So that's pretty much the most of it. So thank you guys for voting on that. I appreciate that very much. And we will see what happens. It may be something I'm doing, guys. I've been thinking about it, about running a morning show. Current events and copy with Diego in the morning. I was thinking about something like that. And we'll see. We'll see what happens. about it. So once again, I want to tell everybody that's been in here tonight. Let me see. I'm double checking with the chat to make sure there's nothing I missed. Right. Exactly. Yes. Thank you, Robin. Thank you. Thank you. But again, I want to say that Dragonfly, hey, good to see you. Yes to the morning show. All right. Nothing on in mornings. Okay. Good to hear, Ro. Good to see you, by the way. Again, guys, tomorrow I'm going to be running a little bit of a different show tomorrow night. It's going to be a little bit of a drama show. I'm going to be joined by a guest, my first ever on YouTube subscriber, mod, friend, period. Dago and Donuts morning show. That would go right along with the little thing that Tomboy made me. But this is for true crime. Isn't that pretty cool how she put that together? I like it. I like it a lot. That's why it sits right here at my desk. Anyway. She did a great job, I agree. I just figured it might be a good idea. Start the day off with us in the morning. Couple hours maybe max. Everybody get your coffee, talk about current events, local news, things or whatever. Doesn't have to be just about crime. And just bullshit every morning and wake up with each other. And then we move on a little bit later to the other stuff. That's all. Tomboy's very talented. Yes, she's very talented. She does some really amazing things. And I'm very appreciative that